Start now. Now call to order September 15th, 2020, regular meeting of the Gary Common Council. As is our custom, we will begin with prayer. I've asked our colleague, Councilman at Large, who's here this evening in the chamber, Councilman Ron Brewer, to offer our opening prayer.
Shall we pray? Father God, in the name of Jesus, we thank you for this day. We thank you for allowing us to assemble, God, to do the work that you have appointed us to do, oh God. We ask that you will bless each and every last one of us, oh God, as we come together with our minds, our thoughts, our hearts right now, God. Give us the right things to do for the betterment of this great city, oh God. We ask that you bless all bereaved families right now, God. Do it right now in your son, Jesus' name. We shall be careful to give your name the praise. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Councilman Brewer. This time we'll have our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. We certainly want to acknowledge September 11th, which passed since our last meeting, and continue to remember those who died on that tragic day in New York City and Pennsylvania and Washington, D.C. And we continue to pray for our country as we face new and different challenges almost every day. Madam Clerk, it's my understanding that we do not have the minutes for the past meeting.
No.
Okay. So we will move beyond the approval of our minutes for the previous meeting, and we will have our roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Atkins.
Here.
Councilman Brewer. Councilman Brewer.
Here, I'm sorry.
Councilwoman Brown.
Present.
Councilwoman Caldwell.
Here.
Councilman Godwin.
Present.
Councilman Lay.
Present.
Councilman Weatherspoon.
Present.
Councilman Williams. President Brown. Mr. President, there are 7 present, 2 absent.
With 7 members present and 2 absent, we have a quorum to conduct the business of the Gary Common Council. Assignment of council pending ordinances and resolutions on first reading.
CPO 2020-50, an ordinance appropriating monies for the purpose of defraying expenses of the general parks, COIT, seated CCI funds of the city of Gary, Indiana for the fiscal year beginning January the 1st, 2021 and ending December 31st, 2021, including all outstanding claims and obligations, and fixing in time the same shall take effect. Sponsored by Mayor Jerome Prince, City of Gary, Arlene Colvin, City Controller.
Finance.
CPO 2020-51, an ordinance approving salaries for the employees of the City of Gary's General Parks, COIT, MVH, pension, and fire tax-based funds for the calendar year 2021. Sponsored by Mayor Jerome Prince, City of Gary, Arlene Colvin, City Controller.
Finance.
CPO 2020-52, an ordinance approving salary and operating budgets for the City of Gary's Community Development Block Grant Program, Program Year 2020, Emergency Solutions Grant Program, Program Year 2020, Home Program, Program Year 2020, Neighborhood Stabilization Program, Program Year 2020, and Home Foreclosure Prevention Program, Program Year 2020. Sponsored by Mayor Jerome Prince, City of Gary, Arlene Colvin, Interim City Controller, Community Development Division, Department of Community Investment.
Finance.
CPO 2020-53, an ordinance appropriating monies for the purpose of defraying expenses of the Gary Chicago International airport tax-based funds of the city of Gary, Indiana for the fiscal year beginning January the 1st, 2021 and ending December 31st, 2021, including all outstanding claims and obligations, and fixing a time the same shall take effect. Sponsored by Mayor Jerome Prince, City of Gary.
Finance.
CPO 2020-54, an ordinance appropriating monies for the purpose of defraying expenses of the Gary Public Transportation Corporation of the City of Gary, Indiana for the fiscal year beginning January the 1st, 2021 and ending December 31st, 2021, including all outstanding claims and obligations and fixing a time the same shall take effect. Sponsored by Mayor Jerome Prince, City of Gary.
Finance.
CPO 2020-55, an ordinance establishing the Cumulative Capital Development Fund for the City of Gary, sponsored by Mayor Jerome Prince, City of Gary.
I understand that the administration wishes to defer this until next year. Is that correct, Mr. Pohl? I see that you're on.
I believe that's true. I can, if I get a minute.
We did get I got a electronic communication from the Corporation Counsel, and Attorney Williams was copied on it. So I just wanted to confirm that that's what you all wish to do.
I believe so. I believe so.
Okay. So I guess, there's a motion, is there a motion to remove CPO 2020-55 from the agenda this evening?
So move, Mr. President.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded by Council members Atkins and Weatherspoon. Any questions or discussion? Seeing and hearing none, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Atkins.
Yes.
Councilman Brewer.
Yes.
Councilwoman Brown.
Yes.
Councilwoman Caldwell.
Yes.
Councilman Lay.
Yes.
Councilman Weatherspoon.
Yes.
Councilman Williams. I'm sorry, President Godwin.
Yes.
Mr. President, the vote is 8-0. I'm sorry, 7-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. With a vote of 7-0, CPO 2020-55 is removed from the agenda.
CPO 2020-56, an ordinance of the Common Council of the City of Gary, Indiana, authorizing the issuance of the City of Gary, Indiana Economic Development Refunding Revenue Bonds, Series 2020A, Drexel Foundation for Educational Excellence Program, and the City of Gary, Indiana Taxable Economic Development Refunding Revenue Bonds, Series 2020B, Drexel Foundation for Educational Excellence Project, and the loan of the proceeds thereof to Drexel Foundation for the Educational Excellence Incorporated, and authorizing it and approving other actions in respect thereto. Sponsored by William G. Godwin, Esquire, 1st District Council.
Planning and Development.
Mr. President, as assignment of pending ordinances and resolutions.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before we begin the special and select, Councilman Lay, I think there's a motion. I'm sorry. We need to receive all of these. I'm getting ahead of myself. Councilwoman Brown is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. President, the Finance Committee has, can I just do all these? Okay.
Yes,
The
thank
Finance
you.
Committee has before it CPO 2020-50, 2020-51, 2020-52, 2020-53, 2020-54. For the record, I approve this ordinance for reporting, these ordinances for reporting out to the council. Councilwoman Caldwell
Yes.
and Councilman Godwin.
Yes.
Mr. President, majority of the Finance Committee has approved CPO 2020-50, 51, 52, 53, and 54 for reporting out to the council.
Thank you, Councilwoman Brown. Councilman Brewer.
Mr. President, the Planning and Development Committee has before CPO 2020-56. I approve for this to be reported out. Councilwoman Atkins,
Yes.
Councilman Weatherspoon.
Yes.
Mr. President, majority of the Planning and Development Committee has approved for CPO 2020-56 to be reported out.
Thank you, Councilman Brewer. Councilwoman Brown.
Mr. President, the Finance Committee would like to report out CPO 2020-50, 51, 52, 53, and 54.
President, the Plan and Development Committee would like to report out CPO 2020-56 on first reading.
Thank you, Council Members Brown and Brewer. Now, I believe we have a motion that's going to come forward to change the chairmanship of the Ways and Means Committee. Would you like to make that motion, Councilman Lay?
Oh, yes, thank you, Mr. President. Not only am I asking to replace me as chairperson, I now am requesting I be removed from the Ways and Means Committee altogether.
Okay.
I had recommended Councilwoman Ty Atkins to be chair of the committee.
Okay. So there's a motion on the table to do the stated. Is there a second?
Seconded.
It's been moved and properly seconded by Councilman Weatherspoon. Any questions or discussion?
Just briefly, so it will be understood certainly by the individuals that have voted for me. I've sat for approximately 9 months this entire year. Nothing has been assigned to the Ways and Means Committee. It normally, other than on the Gary City Council, is an extremely powerful committee. On numerous occasions, I believe things could have and should have been assigned to that committee. I was appointed chairman of that committee in December. Well, actually, January was the official vote, but I was informed by President Mike Brown I would be the chair of that committee. At that point, I probably was considered to be on the team. One of the things I've seen the council do in the past is when they consider a person not to be on the team, they simply do not give them a chair of certain committees, and therefore they would be put on a lesser committee. Here, I was given the chair at the time. I think that President Michael Brown thought I was truly a member of the team, not that he may not think the same today. As a result, so you will be able to use this committee and me just not sit here for another, I guess, 3 months this year doing nothing. I guess it's always the messenger, not necessarily the message. So that's the reason I'm asking that I be removed altogether from this committee. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right. Thank you, Councilman Lay. Any other questions or discussion?
Mr. President,
Councilwoman Barnes Caldwell.
this is September. This is September. That means we have how many more months left in this year? This is the first time since I've been on the council, since 2015, that I've seen this musical chair thing go on throughout the year. Let's move off this committee. Let's move on this committee. I mean, I don't know what should have or shouldn't have went to Ways and Means, but I've chaired Ways and Means before, and I think maybe I've chaired a meeting maybe once or twice. It's no big deal. So, you know, I think that Councilman Lay should stay. I don't think we should remove anyone.
All right. Well, thank you, Councilwoman Barnes Caldwell. Any other questions or discussion?
Just a comment to Mr. Councilman Lay's point. Councilman, I wasn't appointed chair of any committee, so maybe I wasn't on the team.
Mr. Chairman, I believe she requested, since she did not get to committees that she desired, not to be appointed to any committee.
No, I'm on committees, but I didn't chair. I wasn't appointed to chair any committee.
Yes,
Yeah.
but initially you did not want to be on any committee. I believe you specifically asked for planning and you did not receive it.
No, I'm on planning. That's not accurate. I don't know who you got that from, but it wasn't for me.
Well, rather than to debate that, I don't think it's important whether you were or were not appointed. I was just trying to respond to your question. In other words, every committee of the council every standing committee, something has went into that standing committee. What I was also asked to do something else, and later on in another meeting, I will deal with that. The fact I'm over the open door. Again, I think it's the messenger. I've said, and when she says September, yes, I've said quietly through the first 8 months of this year, looking at, in fact, I have a great deal of experience with government. Probably one of the most experienced people on the council. I'm not sure who has more, but certainly I will yield that I'm second, somebody else is first. Again, if you look anywhere when you come to ways and means, you will find that it is used. In fact, I'm going to question later on in this proceeding how the president assigned something to a committee. Again, he has such broad power, so I'm not necessarily questioning it, but it follows a pattern. And I think that pattern has been demonstrated. Of course, everything I've so far asked to do, there seems to be opposition to it. But if a person does not want to chair a committee, why would you want them to continue when they're requested of the council to be removed? Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman Lay. I will just note that nothing has been assigned the Human Resource Committee or to the Parks and Recreation Committee. I know that, Ways and Means, as I understand it, is usually about the ways in which we bring money into government. Historically, the budget, which we just signed, has pretty much, unless I'm incorrect, always gone to the Finance Committee in terms of the type of ordinances that those are. If there was one that you felt should have been assigned to Ways and Means in the sense that it was a revenue generating ordinance, then I certainly apologize if it was not. But I respect your decision as a member of this body, in terms of which committees you wish to serve on and over which committees you wish to be the chair of. Any other questions or discussion? All right, seeing none, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Atkins,
Yes.
Councilman Brewer,
No.
Councilwoman Brown,
Are we voting to remove Councilman Lay from Ways and Means? Is that the vote?
Yes, based on his motion.
Okay, yes.
Councilwoman Caldwell,
No.
Councilman Lay,
Yes.
Councilman Weatherspoon,
Yes.
President Godwin.
Yes.
Mr. President, the vote is 5 yes, 2 noes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. With 5 votes for yes and 2 nays, Councilman Lay is removed from the Ways and Means Committee. And in turn, Councilwoman Atkins is made the chair of the Ways and Means Committee. Thank you. This time, we will begin our special and select.
You're a short one member on the Ways and Means Committee. It normally has three members.
Okay. I believe the members are Council members Atkins and Weatherspoon now. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. Now, Councilman Brewer, you saying?
It doesn't have to be 3 or more. It's the desire of the president at that time.
Well, I think for now, we'll just keep it where it is. And, in future meetings, we're almost at the end of the year, but in future meetings, we can take that up if we want to add another member. All right. Thank you. I did want to, before we get into special and select, take up one issue that has come before us from the Gary Public Library. I did ask, I just got this when I arrived today, but I did ask our office manager, Ms. Williams, to email it around to everyone. I'm not sure if everyone has seen it, but I will read the letter that she was given and take it from there. This letter is from Mr. Freddie McMillan, the library controller treasurer. Ms. Williams, I am writing this letter on behalf of Diane Morrow, Library Director, and President Robert L. Buggs of the Gary Public Library Board of Trustees. At our August 24th, 2020 Board of Trustees meeting, the board instructed the library to submit to the Gary Common Council a declaration of fiscal body form for adoption. The library board, pursuant to Indiana Code 6-1.1-17, adopted the Gary Common Council as its fiscal body. We are presenting this form for the Gary Common Council to approve the declaration of fiscal body at your earliest convenience. We hope that we have presented this to you in a timely fashion for the Gary Common Council to adopt the declaration of fiscal body prior to the deadline of October 1, 2020. Obviously, this is our last regular council meeting prior to October 1, 2020. Further, the form that we are speaking of, I'll just read the parts of it. We did email this around if members want to check, is a declaration of fiscal body. It says that this report must be completed, adopted by the library board and board of the designated fiscal body, and signed by the library board president and president of the designated fiscal body. No later than October 1, 2020, a copy of this completed report must be emailed to the relevant persons. It says, whereas library officials typically submit the library's annual budget for non-binding review by a separate fiscal body pursuant to the provisions of Indiana Code 6-1.1-17, and whereas under certain conditions designated in Indiana Code 6-1.1-17-20.3 and 20.4, the library's budget is subject to binding review and adoption by a separate fiscal body, and therefore this report identifies the fiscal body that would do any binding budget adoption in the event such binding adoption is required under provisions of the stated code. In the case of a triggering event under the code, which requires the library to submit its budget to a separate fiscal body for binding budget adoption, the fiscal body that is responsible for that binding adoption is the Gary Common Council. I hereby certify this report was adopted by the library board on August 24, 2020. Robert L. Buggs, library board president. It is now before us as the designated fiscal body to vote to accept being the designated fiscal body. So I wanted to do this and see if we have a motion to accept this designation.
Mr. President,
Councilman Brewer?
so that means they'll bring the annual budget before the city council for review?
Yes.
Mr. President, I'll make a motion that we adopt the library board resolution.
Thank you, Councilman Brewer. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded by Councilwoman Barnes Caldwell. Any questions or discussion?
I do have a question.
Councilman
again,
Lay?
more or less on the process. Councilman Brewer indicated it was a resolution. As I understand, it's not a resolution, it's a memo, a letter. Is that correct?
It is named as a declaration. That's what I have here. I don't see that. But
Right, I know, I'm
declaration of
questioning,
fiscal
whatever you
body.
read, I don't question it.
Right.
Of course, it was sent, I haven't received it because I've been preparing for this meeting. I'm not familiar at all with what's over in Title 6. I mean, I know what it is, the whole title, but I've not had an opportunity. So is this the first time they're going to submit their budget to the council?
I would defer to Attorney Williams. I'm not
No,
familiar.
I can tell you it is not.
It's not.
They have submitted their budget to this council before, so I don't understand why they're asking us to, asking us to do anything with their budget, because they've always submitted, well, maybe they didn't last year, I don't know, but they have submitted their budget to us before, Councilman Lay.
Okay, I certainly have no reason to contradict that. It just seems to be somewhat odd if they have this resolution or whatever they did on August the 24th. They went through several council meetings. Well, I take that back. They certainly went through the council meeting on September the 1st. What's the date on the document?
It is dated and signed August 24th.
And when was it received?
I the letter that we got is dated September 14th,
Okay,
and I just got it upon arrival today, so
thank you.
no problem. And it says fiscal body acknowledgement, so we're acknowledging an action that they have taken, and this will be filed with the Indiana State Lib, or mailed to the Indiana State Library in Indianapolis. So, and the library keeps a copy on file. That's what this document says.
So, Mr. President, my motion is the declaration sheet that was sent to us from the library. Next question is, would this be something annually that we'll be doing? As Councilman Brown said, we did do this before, where it was done before. So should we look to see this every year? Would this be an annual thing, or is they asking for one time for us to review of their budget?
I believe this,
Mr.
Attorney Williams.
Yes, I agree with Councilwoman Brown. I've been the attorney for several years. This body has always overseen the budget of the library board. What they may be attempting to do, and I didn't get a call or speak with their attorney, but it may be that this will formalize this process, and in which there's harm in nothing. This body has always, in my tenure, overseen the budget of the library. I think this is a formality. As to Councilman Brewer's question, once you have been declared, that declaration remains until which time you're removed. There would be no need to bring it back unless they were attempting to remove you as the fiscal agent, which I don't believe statutorily they could. So again, I believe this is just a formality. The attorney there may have saw that they never formally assigned you all to be the fiscal agent. And to that end, it's why you received.
Mr. Chair,
Thank you, Attorney Williams. Councilwoman Atkins.
I just wanted to bring notice to you that I think Attorney Colvin might have some information in the chat. She just requested if she could speak.
Okay, absolutely. Let's make sure we have her as a panelist. Attorney Colvin will need to be made a panelist.
Oh, okay.
We're just waiting momentarily for Attorney Colvin to be made a panelist, and then we will hear from her.
Mr. Chair, I do have a quick question. So
yes.
Could the former council members or either Attorney Williams answer this question? In the past, when the library has submitted their budget, I just want to make sure I understand, do they follow the same deadlines as the administration?
Miss Councilwoman Atkins?
Yeah.
Yes.
Attorney Colvin.
The library in the past has followed the same process as the airport and GPTC, and you have their budgets before you. For some reason, the last couple of years, they have not submitted their budgets as far as I know. I don't know why they haven't, but when all of this first started, all three of them submitted their budget. I believe they should probably have done it all along.
I think that's right. Thank you, Attorney Colvin and
Right.
Williams and Councilwoman Brown and Councilman Lay and Councilman Atkins for those insights.
Mr. President, I do have a further comment.
Councilman Lay.
I have no reason to not accept the word of Councilwoman Brown, but when I served served as president of the, I'm sorry, when I served as the attorney for the council from approximately 208 to 213, I do not remember, and I must admit, my memory is not 100% perfect. I do not remember the library board coming forward
They
with,
did.
I'm sorry?
They did, Councilman.
They did or
They
did not?
originally, when this whole non-binding review process began,
They were a part of the process.
Did
The
they do so?
library, DBTC, and the airport.
Right, did they do it between the time, let's say, of 2000, the end of 2007 or 8 up until 13? Did they do it?
I don't know if they went up to 13, but they did start in 2007 or 8 when this process initially began.
Okay, that's sufficient. That's sufficient.
And to Councilman Lay's point, the last time the library came before this body here was when they was asking to use the last of their reserve. And they need to come before the city council to ask for permission to use the last of the reserve. I believe that was $3 million at that time. That's the last time that I remember that the library came before this body since I've been sitting here.
Yeah, I remember that too. I just don't remember
Yes.
this other thing at all. I really don't.
It's been a number of years.
Yes.
All right.
So-
Any other question or discussion?
So, Mr. President, I'm looking at the letter, I guess, that was saying is asking for the common council to adopt this declaration.
To approve.
Okay. To approve the declaration. Okay, so my motion is to approve the declaration then.
Yes. And is there a second?
Second.
We've already had question and discussion. Any other question or discussion? Right, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Atkins,
Yes.
Councilman Brewer,
Yes.
Councilwoman Brown,
Yes.
Councilwoman Caldwell,
Yes.
Councilman Lay,
Pass.
Councilman Weatherspoon,
Yes.
Councilman Lay,
Yes. Yes.
President Godwin.
Yes.
Mr. President, the vote is 7 yes to none.
With 7 votes in the affirmative, the Garrett Common Council acknowledges the approval of our role as the designated fiscal body for the Gary Public Library. Thank you, council members and everyone. At this point, we'll begin our special and select. Any members for special and select?
Mr. President,
Councilwoman Atkins.
thank you. I have a couple of announcements for the 4th District. The first one being this upcoming Monday, September the 21st, we will be hosting the Table Talk with Ty session. That session is entitled Becoming, which is a play off of Michelle Obama's book, Becoming. This one is focusing on becoming an informed resident and citizen of the city. In that particular event, we will have Dr. Paige McNutley, who will be there to also offer some insight related to things related to Gary Community School Corporation. That event will take place via Zoom. You can receive the Zoom meeting information on the Gary Council Facebook page or by calling Ms. Karen Lane at 219-881-1315. Also for the 4th District, our last community meeting of this year will take place on Friday, October the 2nd at 5:30 p.m. at the Railcat Stadium. So I want to thank our friends of the 4th, the Railcats, for hosting us at that event. Again, it will be in the back, so make sure that you park off of the 5th and Virginia Street. This is my big announcement. I do want my fellow council members, as well as the administration and the public, to know that the 4th District has won a grant. So in June of this year, I applied directly for a grant to support the park initiative that I have been working on. So yesterday, I was notified that I actually won on behalf of the city of Gary $15,000 from the Let's Play Community Construction Grant. This grant is sponsored by Kaboom, Keurig, and Dr. Pepper. So I'm very excited about, I guess, utilizing my little professional skill set to help the park initiative that we had. And so we were successful in getting that money. I do want to plead to the administration for their full support in getting that project for all of our parks in the 4th move forward. So whatever we can do to improve the communication, I'm looking forward to that. Our, I guess, acting park director, Mr. Eric Reeves, was aware that I was applying for it. So I will be sending the administration more information in terms of the requirements moving forward so that we could get that moving. So congratulations, 4th District. All right, that's it. Thank you.
Well, that's great. Thank you, Councilwoman Atkins, and congratulations on your success in securing that grant. I know it will be a tremendous benefit to the residents of the 4th District, but of course of the whole city of
Thank
Gary.
you.
Any other members for special and select?
Mr. President,
Councilman Weatherspoon?
yeah, I would like to send a special thank you to Mr. Jeffrey Edwards and the Community Partnership organization, along with the Legacy Foundation and the Railcats, actually. They are participating or have participated in the beautification of Reese Park. Reese Park, of course, is located directly behind the McDonald's. They were instrumental in bringing those playgrounds, you know, up to par, up to standard. I also helped them putting in some rubber mulch and whatnot. And I want to take my hat off to them in keeping that park looking absolutely beautiful. Also, I would like to send out a birthday wish to Miss Maybelle Levette, a resident of the 2nd District. Miss Levette will be 103 years old this coming Thursday, the 17th of this month. Longtime friend of my family, and I wish her, again, happy birthday. Another announcement that I have, I want to announce to everyone that the census, of course, very important. We are down to pretty much our last 2.5 weeks. This coming Saturday, there will be a parade that we're putting together. Actually, Councilman Williams and myself put a parade together. His parade was supposed to be this past Saturday, but it was rained out, unfortunately. So we are working together, and this parade that we've put together will actually go from the 2nd District. It will touch on some of the 3rd District, touch on some of the 4th, a little bit of the 5th, and into the 6th District. Sorry, we couldn't figure it in to get out to Miller. But
Next time.
you know, yeah,
We don't want to talk about the 1st District too much now.
Yeah, but you know, this parade is going to be really big. We're going to have the Corvette Club as a part of it. We're going to have Ladies in Charge. Thank you, Ms. Vanessa, for your organization and participating. We will have the 219 Motorcycle Club, as well as the 219 Car Club. And our special guests, 2 special guests, I should say, the mayor of the city will be leading the charge. And also participating will be the Honorable Gloria Slay. So it's going to be a great event. We look forward to that. Last, also, we will be having a community cleanup in the 2nd District, in particular in the Horace Mann area. We've been kind of picking and choosing our spots to make it well organized. We'll be having a community cleanup starting next week in the Horace Mann Ambridge area of the 2nd District. That cleanup is going to be going from the 22nd to the 24th, and it will conclude with dumpsters being placed on the 25th, which will be there from the 25th through the 28th. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman Weatherspoon. A lot of exciting things going on, and glad to hear all that's happening in the 2nd District and across the city. Any other members for special and select?
Mr. President,
Councilwoman Barnes Caldwell.
I almost forgot, and I'm really not prepared, but Roosevelt High School, Saturday at 10 a.m. They will get their historical marker. That event is at 10 a.m. Saturday on the grounds of Roosevelt High School. So please join us for that historical event.
Excellent, excellent. I plan to be there.
All right.
Any other members for special and select? I will just say that.
Mr. President, I was waiting to see if any other council person other than the president wanted to speak.
Oh, go ahead, Councilman Lay.
First of all, I believe it's supposed to be tomorrow or either Thursday. A sign will be put at 19th and Broadway concerning the census, asking people. I know we don't have much time, but maybe I had hoped that they would extend registration for the census beyond the end of this month. But at least it will be put up there, and I believe all traffic is somewhere between 30 and 40,000 people a day. A lot of it, well, it used to be. I don't know what it is now during the pandemic. And there may be a lot of duplication or some duplication there. What I also have done in the last 7 days, I've looked at 3 very specific, 2 ordinances and 1 resolution I'm going to speak to them as they come forward, but I would like to say this to the body. I asked Attorney Colvin, and she, of course, has agreed that certainly I can say. Over the years, we have constantly communicated with each other, both when she was chief of staff or over at community development. In fact, I've been to her office where we discussed government. I asked her to send out a letter that came from the State Board of Accounts. And this letter indicates you cannot fund certain items. I'm sure Councilwoman Brown is familiar with it. You cannot fund, let's say, a not-for-profit, or you cannot fund, well, 501c3s, churches, things of that nature. They put that in letter form, and she sent it to all of the council. Beyond that, I believe two council people, and again, it's my opinion, and certainly it may not be given much weight, but if I'm right about my opinion and you do something to the contrary, you will be subject to a Class D felony, which now may be F6. And that is, you cannot fund this Economic Development Corporation. It is completely broken away from the city. So the document that she's going to present say you cannot do it. Now, one of the things I have to say, and I hope it comes across in the manner in which I'm going to say it, I'm very experienced in the area of conflict. I've done conflict, several years back. I've done it for at least 4 or 5 members of the council. I believe Councilwoman Brown will recall there was an issue of conflict when she and former Councilwoman Shirley Sanford wanted to vote on an issue where they were raising the fees in the sanitary district. And at that time, of course, the council was bombarded by MCC indicating that could not be done. I gave a legal opinion that was later agreed to and confirmed by the State Board of Accounts and also their attorney. So they were allowed to vote. I also looked at an issue on August the 22nd, 2019 for this council. Well, not this particular council, but the former council, whether or not Attorney Williams and or the former councilwoman Rebecca Wyatt had a conflict. At that point, I certainly decided neither one of them had a conflict. Each one chose to do something that I didn't think was necessary, but the issue was whether or not they themselves had a conflict. I have, in fact, on numerous occasions had to clear a conflict where people have charged me. Most of it came out of the township. And what it came out of there was that I certainly couldn't do certain things while I was on the board. I won it in the trial court, I won it in the Court of Appeals, and also won it before the Disciplinary Commission. So I'm very experienced in this area. The reason I now say I will give you specific names, and certainly this is not meant to injure anyone, it's just simply my opinion. Councilman Brewer is the president of that Economic Development Corporation, and Mr. Godwin is also there. I believe they pretty much, for all practical purposes, are in charge of the administrative processes over this Economic Development Corporation. As I understand, it was broken away. I'm not exactly clear from being part of the city, and certainly is not part of the Gary City Council. So when, and I believe Broadway Loft will have to deliver funds. If they do not deliver funds to the general fund, and let me be clear on what I mean by the general fund. Inside of the general fund, there would be a fund, and I believe the Chief of Staff, Attorney Colvin, will confirm that. What you do is you put a fund inside of the general fund, so it does not lie in the general fund as such. It starts there. I was told that by the State Board of Accounts. That procedure I just outlined would have to be followed. The money, once it's put into this special fund inside of the general fund, can only be used by the council. Now, if you want to call it a non-reverting fund or something inside of the general fund, that's fine, but it should have a specific name. Again, what I would do, if it ever comes a time where we vote to fund the Economic Development Corporation, I would suggest that the two council people not do that. There was another time where two members of the council wanted to vote for the 6594 corporation, which would have been in the year 1995. I suggested they not do it at the time. They insisted they were going to do it, and it had not been, it was vetoed by the then Mayor Scott King. I think they would have had a problem. So again, it's just, and I understand the idea is who the messenger is, but what I would do before I would do that, because if you are found to have violated the law of conflict under 35-44-1-3, I think it may be 3.1, you, like I say, you will be, they still call it a Class D, but it's been modified to a 6. What I think you should do at a minimum is move forward and get an Attorney General's opinion. I would not do it without that opinion. And of course, his opinion is like just any other attorney. We all have opinions, but at least it may be a foundation in the event that that issue does arise again. And I will speak to it, assuming it is not returned to committee, 2020-47, and I will speak to resolution 2020-15, which is concerning the tax referendum, when and if they should surface. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman Lay. Any other members for special and select?
Mr.
Yeah,
President,
Mr. President.
I'm
I'm
sorry.
sorry.
Councilwoman Brown?
I'm sorry, I neglected to say anything. I just want to thank the members of the council for being so kind to me in me and my husband's recent loss. I thank you very much. It was, sincerely appreciated. And I wanted to say that earlier, and I didn't say it. So thank you so much.
Well, you are very welcome and a beloved member of this body, and we appreciate your service, and our condolences continue to be with both you and your entire family during this time. So we definitely wanted to make that clear. Any other members for special and select?
Mr. President.
Councilman Weatherspoon?
Yeah, just one other announcement I want to make also. I forgot it earlier. This coming Saturday, also September 19th, from 10 a.m. to 2:30, the City of Gary Storm Wastewater and the Recycling Department are sponsoring an event. It's going to be at the Hudson Campbell, which is going to include shredding of materials, disposal of electronic waste such as televisions, light bulbs, things of that nature. They also are going to have a vendor's market and a barrel sale as well. So just want to make sure that the residents, of the city are very much aware of this. Many times I get questions from people as to what they can do with their electronics, their televisions and things of this nature, and even their shredding. So this coming Saturday, that event will be going on from 10 o'clock to 2 o'clock at the Hudson Campbell.
Thank you, Councilman Weatherspoon. I was meaning to announce that, so I'm glad you did. I plan on purchasing one of those rain barrels, and I know that it will be a great success, and look forward to all the events that the Environmental Affairs Department hosts. It's just so important. I wanted to announce that there will be a first district community forum as it relates to the tax referendum. It will be Wednesday, September the 23rd at 6:30 p.m. until 8 o'clock p.m. It will be held via Zoom. Our special guests will be the emergency manager, Dr. Paige McNulty, as well as State Representative Vernon Smith. And I've invited State Senator Eddie Melton. Hopefully he'll be able to join us and be able to present from a state perspective the issue around the referendum. And we will also have Mrs. Gleneva Dunham, the president of the Gary Teachers Union, all of whom will be presenting and answering all the questions. We want to hear all the questions that residents have. I've already heard many of those questions and have reached out and gotten my own answers to those questions, but I think it's important that the residents of this city, who will have the ultimate say-so about the school referendum, that their questions are answered. So again, that will be Wednesday, September 23rd, 6:30 p.m. to 8 p.m. It will be held via Zoom. The information will be widely distributed on the Gary Common Council Facebook page and through our other media. So if you have any questions about how to participate in that event, please call the council office at 219-881-1315. Thank you.
Mr. President,
Councilman Lay.
unless I have the wrong date, I thought Councilwoman Mary Brown indicated the finance committees would meet on the 23rd and 24th of September. Is that correct, or has that been changed? I guess I'm asking Councilwoman Brown. I believe she gave me the 23rd, 24th.
I know we had a couple of dates moving around, and I thought it may have been the 22nd and the 23rd starting at 5, and I was going to try to do both. But Councilwoman Brown, we haven't gotten to that yet.
We did say that we would meet on the 23rd and 22nd and 23rd, yes.
Okay, and what time on the 23rd?
5 o'clock.
5 o'clock, okay. So I would be available from 5 until 6:29 on that Wednesday, but I'm available all Tuesday evening. So we're trying to make multiple things happen here, but thank you. Any other questions? All right, any other special and select? Okay, well, that concludes our special and select. We do have a very ambitious agenda this evening. So let us be about the business of this council. Council pending ordinances and resolutions on third and or final reading.
CPO 2020-39, an amendment to the Community Benefits Agreement Ordinance, sponsored by Cloris Lay, Councilman at Large, Mayor Jerome Prince, City of Weir.
Councilman Brewer.
Mr. President, I move for passage on third and final 2020-39.
Second.
Been moved and properly seconded. Any questions or discussion?
Well, I have a discussion, a question, I should say. Now, as I understand it, my amendment, even though the council would not allow me to withdraw it, is there. I have received several copies of amendments in the last day or so, that where on the people or individuals from the council sponsoring is Councilwoman Ty Atkins, Councilman Brewer, and Councilman Godwin. So the document that I received doesn't say it's an amendment to the amendment. I think I asked this process before, how would it be done? And again, I simply think because I asked it, people thought I was trying to confuse the issue. But I have a document that calls itself an amendment where I'm not the sponsor of, but I'm the sponsor of what's on the agenda. And I think the confusion was caused because you wouldn't let me get rid of it. So at best, I could see somewhere in here, you're going to have to amend the amendment or something you're going to have to do, which if that's what you're going to do, then we would have to know all of the differences between what was being done initially by myself and Mayor Prince with now what is being done simply by the three council individuals. And I'm just confused about the process. So maybe someone can explain exactly what's going to go on now.
So, Mr. Lay,
Councilman Brewer, I think, yeah, we need to restate the motion.
Yeah, well, that's definitely correct. We are prepared tonight to amend this CPO 2020-39 at this time. Councilwoman Atkins will give us an overview, but the motion I'm putting forth now is to amend 2020-39.
But Mr. President.
Councilman Lay.
Again, he can't amend 20. Standing there is an amendment. So what he would have to do, if you look at the front of your document, it does not say that it was amended after we had the last meeting, which would have been, of course, the let me get it straight, the 1st of September when I asked to be allowed to withdraw it. So, and let me try to help. Maybe it look like it would have to be some kind of motion for substitution. I mean, to amend an amendment is very shoddy. I mean, to try to do it that way. But again, I think the council, Mr. Brewer, and you guys caused your own problem by not allowing me to get that out of your way. That's what I kept trying to tell you, get that out and you bring forward whatever you were going to do. So if you look at the face of the document, and I've received at least 3 different copies where it was being amended, I'm not complaining. So I finally got one that said this is the final amendment that came from my legislative assistant, Janice White. Not complaining about that, but you would have to have something on there amending or substitution or something with the document we now have in our possession. Again, I just have never experienced what's about to go on. And I think that's Councilman Brewer asked me to allow him to substitute his name for mine. And of course, I disagreed with that because what I wanted to do was to withdraw it. And that was not allowed to be done, certainly to withdraw the amendment. I didn't have a problem with the failure to repeal it. I think that was a legitimate vote by the council, but to refuse to withdraw the amendment, I think we're going to need Attorney Williams or somebody, Attorney Coleman, somebody needs to help other than me as to how we go forward on this.
Well, let me just say, Councilman Lay, I supported your desire to withdraw it because I think you were right about that. And I don't think we should force people to, continue something that they want to have withdrawn. So I agree with you. It does appear, and I will ask for an opinion from Attorney Williams, that there's either 2 routes or at least 2 routes. That is to amend the amendment, or I think more properly, as you suggest as an option, to do a motion by substitution with the new language and to have that new language outlined. So Attorney Williams, will you shed light on those options?
I think you're correct. It's simple. It simply needs to be a motion to amend by substitution, striking Attorney Lay as a sponsor and adding all the new sponsors and the additional language.
And Mr. President, that would be my motion, not to start back over from the beginning, to amend by substitution. If that was the wrong motion made, I do apologize to this body, but I'll make a motion to amend by substitution.
Okay.
Mr. President, your document, and again, I don't want to be impolite, and I apologize if I am, that your document says it's an amendment, not a substitution. So
we would change the document. But I'm asking on the floor for it to be amended by substitution. So if there's a change that needs to be made, we'll make the change.
All right.
It's a technical error.
So there's a motion on the floor, as stated. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any questions or discussion? We'll have the overview at this time. Councilwoman Atkins.
I will. Give me 1 second. So during the overview, do I need to state the changes?
Yes.
Just to confirm, okay. Okay, so from the last review that we've had on the floor, there were some changes made to CPO 2020-39. I'm going to go over what those changes were, and if I need to provide any more detail, just let me know. So the main changes that were implemented from our last review was a change to the threshold for the community benefits agreement. So the threshold was changed from $1 million to $500,000. There was also, sorry, my computer is running slow. I'll try to do it off memory, and once the computer starts working, I'll go back and look. There was a change from the threshold, $1 million to 500,000. There was the changes related to the construction under Section 2 of the CCBA organization. We will form that organization under the council. The makeup of the members will be 9, I believe, making sure that there is representation from each one of the districts of at least one of the members. There was some information confirmed related to, as we just discussed, the funding, if in fact there is additional funding for the CBA that is minus the imposed fee, if an imposed fee is implemented from the declaratory portion of the tax abatement approval. So if in fact there is monies that should be allocated for CBA, the threshold is between 5% and 15%. The previous one was there was no minimum, and then the upper limit was 15%. So we made that adjustment. There was also information entered related to the compliance officer. The compliance officer expenses should be paid by the developer. The compliance officer, as it is stated in our last update, should be an independent contractor to report under the council. There was also information related to the reporting that the compliance officer should be doing. We wanted to make sure that the compliance officer was reporting to the enforcement committee, the council, as well as having more frequently updates on a monthly basis to the CCBA organization. Let me see if my computer is working. There was a change related to the ability to grant waivers to developers. The previous review that we had gave that authority to the council or the executive branch or the executor. The change was to only allow the Gary Common Council to have authority to exempt any developer from the terms of the CBA. I'm just scanning to make sure. And I believe that was the core changes that we implemented from our last review of the original ordinance.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Atkins. Any questions for Councilwoman Atkins or any of the sponsors?
I have a question, Mr. President.
Councilman Lay?
At the previous meeting, I indicated several statutes. One I think applies here is Indiana Code 36-4-4-4. I believe you indicated, and I received so many copies, so I'm not really sure, and it may not have been your fault. It may have been, in fact, they kept coming in. I got 3 different copies, so I haven't been able to really look at all of them to see which is the final one. As I indicated, the council, the legislative body, cannot hire or appoint anyone without statutory authority. So certainly you cannot hire, I'm getting a little bit confused on this compliance officer. That is absolutely under the jurisdiction of the executive branch. You would find that probably in Indiana Code 36-4-4-3, I believe, where you would find it. I think, again, if you attempt to do this, you will violate at least 2 statutes. And I assume there would be a question placed before the courts under Indiana Code 36-4-4-5, whether the legislative branch has stepped over into the executive branch. But I absolutely know you cannot hire anyone without statutory authority. I had this discussion also with the State Board of Accounts. Her first name is Sharon. I'm not sure what the last name is. It was given to me, but I can't remember. She did not cite 36-4-4-4, but what she did say, you could not hire without statutory authority. Is not an attorney. I was aware of Indiana Code 36-4-4-4. So I don't believe it would be proper for you in any way to hire or appoint a compliance officer. And I'm not sure that anyone outside of the executive branch can do it. So if you choose to have that person, then it would be up to the executive branch. If that responsibility needs to be done by somebody, the Mayor Prince would then either dictate the department, he would dictate within the department possibly who would do this. So again, I don't believe this council should have that in the ordinance. I really don't. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilwoman Atkins?
So for some of the changes to this last finalized amendment, we did have that noted into something that we can discuss today. So I believe that's section 7, subsection 4, to consider that the compliance officer be under the authority of the city and not an independent contractor and not rolled up to the council, as Councilman just stated. But I just reviewed what the actual document that you guys have in front of you, but agreed to that point. So I think that's something that we do need to implement in terms of the amendment by substitution for that section, if in agreements with the council.
Councilman Brewer?
Can you repeat that again for me, Councilwoman Atkins? I'm sorry, I missed that last point.
So to Councilman Lay's point, that section related to the compliance officer, I believe is under section 7 of the ordinance that you all should have in front of you, section 7 and then subsection 4, where it talks about the structure of the compliance officer and then who they roll up to. And so that is in the notes that we did receive from this last review, that in fact, as Councilman Lay stated, the compliance officer should carry the authority from the administration and not be an independent contractor. So there should be a discussion point. I agree. I think that we should change the language related to that. And what's the appropriate way to do that? Is it by amend that section by substitution to state that way?
Councilman Brewer?
I believe we could make that amendment on the floor here, if that's your pleasure there. I'm fine with it though.
Mr. President, maybe we should ask, Mr. President,
Councilman Lay?
maybe we should ask Attorney Williams. You probably just simply need to delete and insert. That's all. I mean, and that certainly is part of our administrative procedures. And I've certainly, and let me be straightforward. It's not going to change my vote whatsoever, but I at least think procedurally we should look like we're doing it the correct way. So rather than another amendment, it would be amendment by deletion and insertion. And so that probably would be a simple way to do it as anything. We would delete the language that's there, as Councilwoman Atkins has said, and simply insert what she now says is a new language, or what she wants to make the new language.
I believe that's cleaner, Mr. President. Yes.
Great.
Well,
Attorney Williams, did you want to reflect on that?
Well, you all may appreciate this, attorneys. This is like res judicata, if you can hear me. We discussed this. Both matters are proper. It's a matter of preference. You can amend by substitution, you can amend by deletion or assertion. I think it's the pleasure of whomever's controlling the ordinance, but it seems like Mr. Brewer said he's agreed, so he can amend by deletion and assertion.
Thank you, Attorney Williams. So I just want to know procedurally to make sure we're right about this. We have an amendment, we have a motion to amend by substitution with a whole lot of changes that Councilwoman Atkins has outlined. Now we're making a change to the change. And so does that then require a separate motion at this point to delete and insert and then go back to the motion that's on the table? We're under motion. I just want to make sure I do it correctly.
You're right, Mr. Chairman. We have to take two votes here.
All right. Attorney Williams, are you about to? Attorney Williams?
That's why I just can't.
You're breaking up a little bit.
You all hear me? Okay, Judge.
Better
Again,
now.
that's why I disagree with. That's why I disagree with that procedure. It requires an extra step that's unnecessary. If you are amending by substitution, simply amend the entire document, finish all your amendments and make those amendments by substitution, and you don't need the second step. I assure you that is procedurally correct. It may not be preferred by some, but that is the correct procedure that we have used for years. And not that one is better than the other, it just eliminates that unnecessary second step.
So Attorney Williams, what you're saying is continue with the amendment by substitution, make those changes going forward since we are already inside the process now.
Absolutely.
Okay. And that's the pleasure, I presume, of my colleagues who are also sponsors, Atkins and Brewer. I'm fine with that. So let's just for clarity, Councilwoman Atkins, could you state exactly, just for the record and for Madam Clerk, what the particular change is to the change?
Okay. And the, okay, hold on. Let me get the language right in my head.
7.
This is the final. Okay, this is. Okay. So this is under section 7, enforcement of the community benefit agreement, subsection 4. The current language states the compliance officer will be hired as an independent contractor charged with monitoring compliance. The contractor compliance officer and the position will report to the Gary Common Council. It also states that the cost related to compliance will be adhered to by the developer. Okay. So the new language. Make sure I'm stating it right for our deputy clerk. Okay, so let's start the sentence. So it should, the new language should state all costs of compliance monitoring and the cost of corrective actions should be the responsibility of the developer. The compliance officer should carry the authority from the executive branch.
That seems
proper?
sufficient, yes.
Okay.
All right, are we clear? Okay, thank you. Any other questions or discussion about the overview? Okay, seeing none, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Atkins,
Yes.
Councilman Brewer,
Yes.
Councilwoman Brown,
Yes.
Councilwoman Caldwell,
Yes.
Councilman Lay,
No,
Councilman Weatherspoon,
No.
President Godwin.
Yes.
Mr. President, the vote is 5 yes, 2 noes.
With 5 yes votes and 2 no votes, CPO 2020-39 as amended by substitution passes and is so ordered.
Mr. President.
Now we have to take up the entire,
Oh,
I was incorrect in that. So we will now take up CPO 2020-39 as amended by substitution.
Councilwoman Atkins,
Mr. Attorney Williams?
Yeah, let me interject in the concern of Councilman Lay as it relates to the conflict. I think you absolutely should proceed with caution. As he correctly stated, I took a step that was probably unnecessary, but I'd rather be safe than sorry. And I would caution you all to do the same. And again, in this instance, I'm talking about Councilman Brewer and Councilman Gottlieb.
Come back.
The statute that I believe is relevant is 35-44.1-1-4. And I won't take up 2 hours of the meeting reading the entire statute, but I will read what I believe to be the relevant parts. The first thing, of course, you are government officials, and so this does apply to you as a public servant. I think the reason you are not within the conflict statute as it relates to being potentially subjected to a felony is under
That's no monetary.
Section 4, C, subsection 3, when it speaks about pecuniary interest. And I'm going to read that. It said pecuniary interest means an interest in a contract or purchase if the contract or purchase will result or is intended to result in an ascertainable increase in the income of the net worth of a public servant, a dependent of the public servant who is under the direct or indirect administrative control of the public servant, or receives a contract or purchase order that is reviewed, approved, or directly or indirectly administered by the public servant. I think that section there exempts you from this. You all are not paid from that board, correct?
Absolutely correct. I'm going to be very clear, because
There's
my
no
name is
pay.
attached to a felony. I take great concern to that. So be very clear that there, and I think this is related to what we've already passed, not necessarily this particular. Amendment, I want to be clear. There is no payment to me for any benefit economically.
To that
Sorry,
end,
Attorney
I think it's something that you absolutely should not gloss over. That's why I thought it was necessary that I, at least as your advisor, give you my opinion. And that is, I do not believe you all are within the purview of the criminal statute of conflict of interest. That would be my legal opinion. And in fact, even if I thought you were, I wouldn't suggest you go to the Attorney General. If you read the statute, it directs you to go to the State Ethics Committee under Indiana Code 4-2-6-2.5 to get an opinion. It's very difficult to get an opinion from the Attorney General. You can't just request that. As my understanding, it has to come from a state representative or senator, at least in my experiences, that's been the case. But I don't believe you're within the purview of the statute. And if you thought you were, I would suggest you get the opinion from the State Ethics Commission. But I wanted that on the record because you shouldn't gloss over that. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Williams.
Thank you, Attorney Williams. That was my same sentiment thinking. We crossed this, I believe, with the Port Authority when we established that. And when we was trying to put the president there and maybe the planning chair or the finance chair there. When compensation was involved in the language, and there was no compensation currently that was going to be happening at the Port Authority, but it was in the language going further that they could be or shall be compensated. And that way it eliminated us at that time because there was a chance that we could be compensated as elected officials. That's why no one from the council body currently sits on the Port Authority. But thank you. I was aware of that.
Mr. President.
Councilman Lane.
I'm not going to take any time to debate Attorney Williams on this. That's left up to you. But the document that was sent through by Attorney Colvin, and I see she's still online, indicated that you cannot fund that EDC, period. Again, if I'm right, you have a major problem. Of course, if Mr. Renza is correct, you do not. But you can go direct to the Attorney General. But if you can get something out of the Ethics Committee, I would suggest you get something. But you can't even send money there. I was saying, if you review the document that was sent to you by Attorney Colvin, or the Chief of Staff, and she certainly is online. She sent it out. This is a result of a State Board of Accounts audit. They say you can't fund certain organizations, and the EDC is completely independent of government. Just so happened there are 2 elected government officials sitting there, but it has no relationship with government itself. I certainly didn't put either one of you there. I had no vote to do that. So I think that hurdle you have to get over also. So I want to say that again, because everyone received that document. And I'm sure Councilwoman Mary Brown is aware that they have said we cannot fund 501c3s and churches and things of that nature. And she probably went through these audit reviews and found that they said that's an exception and you cannot do that. I believe Attorney Colvin will agree with my analysis of whether or not it can be funded. Then should you fund it, I would get an opinion, because somewhere down the line you may receive an economic benefit. And mine is not based on reading statutes. That's great. Mine is based on litigation, a great deal of litigation around conflict. And at one point I was advising a councilman, I take an attorney for a member of the council, that the conflict existed. That attorney did not believe so, but the results was there was a problem for that councilman, a major problem. And so that's when I've suggested, if Attorney Williams is correct, you have no problem. So I don't think you should gloss over it. At least I wouldn't do it. I would certainly, and it was necessary when I was on the council, I forgot that one, there was something they wanted me to do, and I indicated to the council I would not accept it until I went forward, and I went to the State Board of Accounts, and they went to their attorney internally, and they said I would be able to proceed. And I did that because at the time the president of the council was Roy Pratt, and he suggested I didn't have to do that. And I told him no, that I needed that to be done. And I certainly did it that way. And further, I abstained from voting also. I was in the meeting, I abstained from voting. I still went forward and received an opinion from the State Board of Accounts. And they have attorneys there. So it wasn't the accounting, it was that there would not be an audit exception, and that the attorney said I could basically proceed. So again, I think you got 2 thresholds to get over. To fund it, you would have to ignore that letter from the State Board of Accounts, which I believe would give you a major audit exception should you do it. It would give the whole council an audit exception, and I'm not sure if they would just say that's an exception, that's a flagrant violation of what they say the law is. And they cite all the statutes, and I believe she also sent a link to review additional statutes. Thank you.
Mr.
Thank you,
Chair.
Councilman Lay. Attorney Williams?
Yeah, just to be clear, I'm only speaking to the criminality of the conflict statute. I stand by my legal opinion that you're not in peril from that statute. However, I don't know what Attorney Lay is speaking about with the audit exception. I'm not speaking to that. I have not received that. I've not read that. So it very well may be an issue of whether you can or cannot fund it. That wouldn't preclude this vote. If indeed the State Board of Accounts has stated you can't, then I would suggest you adhere to that, and you don't fund it. At this point, you're simply passing the ordinance. You would not have funded anything yet, but it would have been nice if I gotten a copy of that. I could have read it and been prepared to give an opinion on that as well.
Mr. President, maybe some is misunderstood. I wasn't talking about you couldn't vote on this. In other words, I did mine after when you authorize if the council to speak on special reports, I did it because I saw the issue of this ordinance. But yes, you can vote on this. This has nothing to do with conflict here. I'm talking about something entirely different. In other words, I'm assuming somewhere here now, maybe, and like I said, I received and I apologize, I received so many amendments, I stopped reading. I did not understand this was authorizing us to fund the EDC. I don't believe that's inside of this document.
It's not.
So no, so I'm not saying of course you can vote on this document. Yeah, there's no issue here.
Right.
Remember the council and all 8 or 9 or 7, whatever is present, can vote on it. I was talking about something entirely different than this ordinance.
Thank you.
And I spoke before we got to this ordinance too.
Right. I agree. And I think that I know that that's a question. It'll be a while perhaps before this actually becomes an issue in terms of dollars being sent anywhere. I do know that we can, in the meantime, research and look into that. I know that the EDC gets several dollars, certainly prior to my being part of it and prior to being on this council, through a host of tax abatements over the years. So it's certainly not a novel issue particular to, to the Broadway Lost Project, but goes back to several projects that are ongoing. But I think it's something that we can definitely look into in the months ahead while we see what happens with the Broadway Lost Project. So just to remind everybody, we have before us now the CPO 2020-39 as amended by substitution. I don't even remember whether we had a motion. And I believe we had a second. Okay. And any questions or discussion? This time we're passing on the finality of it. Okay, seeing none, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Atkins,
Yes.
Councilman Brewer,
Yes.
Councilwoman Brown,
Yes.
Councilwoman Caldwell,
Yes.
Councilman Lay,
No,
Councilman Weatherspoon,
No.
President Godwin.
Yes.
Mr. President, vote is 5 yes, 2 noes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. With 5 votes in the affirmative and 2 nays, CPO 2020-39 as amended by substitution passes and is so ordered.
CPO 2020-40, an amendment to ordinance 5881, section 2-1074K, regarding the hiring of Academy certified police officers in the city of Gary, Indiana. Sponsored by Mayor Jerome Prince, City of Gary, Chief Brian Evans, Gary Police Department.
Mr. President, I move for passage.
Councilman Brewer.
Mr. President, I move for passage of CPO 2020-40.
Second.
Been moved and properly seconded. Any questions? I'm sorry, we have the overview at this time. I presume is Attorney Colvin providing that overview?
I was trying to.
It's like, let's see here. Are you providing an overview, Attorney Colvin?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you.
2020, 2020-40 is an ordinance authorizing the hiring of Academy certified police officers by the Gary Police Department. This ordinance will allow us to actually to hire individuals who are already certified and who have not necessarily gone through the academy through the Gary Police Department itself. So it would allow us to be able to kind of shorten the time frame that it will take in order for us to hire individuals. So I'm asking that the council approve this ordinance.
Thank you, Attorney Colvin. Any questions or discussion?
Mr. President,
Councilman Lay.
I believe we discussed it a great deal in the committee. It was my understanding that that the police commission itself has had no opportunity to review this. So what you're doing, in my opinion, or what is being done, even by the city administration, they're saying, let's change the role of the police commission, which has 6 members, 2 from the FOP, 2 from the executive branch, and 2 from the legislative branch. It would seem to me we were waiting to get how they felt on that, because they actually could do this. They have been charged with and given the authority designated to change rules. They can do this. This does not have to come to the council. You would be stepping over and ignoring the police commission. It was my understanding that they would come forward with their decision. Initially, as I understood, I believe, as I recall now, only the FOP was contacted. I'm sorry, the FOP president was contacted, where we should at least contact the police commission. So again, I think that should be done, because if the police commission changes its rules, this is something that does not have to come to this council. In other words, you're stepping over your commission when it's not necessary. If the commission refused to do it for some reason, and I believe they probably will, I guess, I can't say what they will do, but if they refuse to do it, maybe then we should do something with it. But there may be a likelihood they will do this. They attempted, when I represented the police commission, we were going to do this before. The problem became when they wanted to bring people in at ranks above patrolman. If you were a captain, they wanted to bring in as a captain, and so, or sergeant or lieutenant. And there's a rule, I believe, that you have to have 2 years of rank on the Gary Police Department. I believe the commission probably will agree. I would like to see them just simply make input. I do know the present chairman of the committee, and all of us are aware of his family loss. So certainly, I'm sure they may not have even had a meeting concerning this issue, and I would suspect they didn't, in terms of what happened to Mr. Gillum. So that's my position, that the commission should be given some opportunity to voice their opinion. And I suspect it will be in agreement with the mayor on this. I really do, because it's a quick and least expensive way to get additional police.
Mr. Chair,
Attorney Williams?
that too was my understanding. I thought we had agreed to table this until which time that the police committee had an opportunity to meet. The public safety chair is not on, but in my conversations with him, I thought that's what would be done today. Mr. Lay is correct, given the incidents in which occurred with the commission chairperson. The commission was unable to meet, but they are scheduled to meet. The next regular scheduled meeting would be the first Thursday in October, which I think would predate our next council meeting. I would ask that you not circumvent the authority that you granted to the police commission in 5881, and you give them an opportunity to do their due diligence and do the job that you have placed 2 of your representatives there to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Williams. So I think that what we're perhaps looking at is Councilman Brewer, since you're on the Public Safety Committee along with me and the chair is not here, and unless the administration has some further insight, it seems like it would be prudent to make a motion to defer this, or refer it, I'm sorry, back to committee so that can happen. I'm not sure that they will be meeting prior to our September 22nd committee meetings.
They will not. They will not. The next meeting is October 1st. Again, it's the council's prerogative to send it back to committee. I think it's just best if it can be deferred to the next regular scheduled meeting. By that time, you would have received some kind of correspondence from the police commission. and it very well may be moot because they may have adopted it. Attorney Lay is absolutely correct. In the past, the only issue was the rank in which the officers were going to come in. And at that point, there were objections from both the commission and the FOP. I don't imagine there would be that objection this time around, and that the commission will in fact adopt this, making it moot for the council to act. So if it could be deferred to the next regular scheduled meeting, I think that would be sufficient.
Mr.
Councilman
Chairman,
Lay.
yeah, I don't think we have to do it in that manner. I suspect if we just simply ask the commission to call a special meeting merely to discuss this, just to discuss this one issue, I believe you would find that they could get a quorum and they could get back probably, certainly by the first meeting in October, if they couldn't get back to the committee meeting that we will have. I think you just simply have to ask them.
That's what I'm suggesting. The commission will meet.
No, a
prior to the
special meeting, a special meeting.
There's no need for a special meeting. The commission is scheduled to meet prior to the council's next regular meeting.
But this
Why
is
would they-
going back to committee. I think we want to get the answer in the committee itself. Now, maybe Mr. President, if I'm wrong, please correct me. I thought it would go to the committee. And so I'm saying, I don't know why the commission and I know pretty much at least 3 people on the commission. And oddly enough, they're from pretty much different sources. The 3 that I know would be, and I believe it's still the commission, would be Charles Smith, Commissioner Charles Jackson, and Mr. Gillum. That would be 3 I know would be more than willing. They need certainly one additional one. So I think the first thing we should do is ask them if they can get it back by the time we have our next committee meeting. Then we could certainly vote on it. I would think in the first meeting in October, I think would be October the 6th. I think that's the first Tuesday in October. We could vote on it. So I believe they can have a meeting. Just ask them. If they can't, then we follow Attorney Williams' suggestion. But we don't have to slow this down that far.
Mr. President,
Councilman Brewer.
thank you. I know it was discussed, but I didn't have any correspondence with the chairman of the public safety or get any report from the administration, what their privilege was, what they would like to do. I have no problem with deferring this to the next meeting, but I would like to hear from Attorney Pohl if the administration is looking for us to go forward to take action on it.
Thank you, Councilman Brewer. What we would suggest is very similar to what Councilman Lay is suggesting. I think if it were to proceed to committee on the 22nd, and as if it were, as if the commission would not need to be, would not need to be conferred with, and set for a vote at the first meeting in October, we would be fine with that, and we would be able to also notify the council prior to that vote whether or not we would be withdrawing that ordinance based upon, or we would ask the sponsor to withdraw the ordinance, I should state, based upon the determination of the commission. I think that would probably be the best and quickest way to get this through. It's not a very complicated issue by any means. It's simply removing a two-year period for which an individual has to have experience in order to be hired by the police department coming out of the academy. So if it could go to committee, be discussed there about that one simple change, and be prepared to proceed for third and final at the first council meeting in October, I think that would probably be the best. And obviously we'd be able to report back as to what the commission's pleasure was in the meantime.
Attorney Pohl, I believe we discussed this inside a committee, and I'm prepared to send it deferred to the next council meeting. That way it will give the commission enough time to meet and discuss, what their pleasure is. And at that time, the council can have word back from you, what took place at that time, and whether we withdraw it from our agenda at that time, or if we need to take a vote, we can move forward at that time.
We're in agreement with that.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. President, I'll withdraw my motion to move on third and final. And my motion will be to move this back defer this to our next council meeting, October 6th at 6 p.m.
Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded by Councilwoman Barnes Caldwell. Any questions or discussion? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Atkins,
Yes.
Councilman Brewer,
Yes.
Councilwoman Brown,
yes,
Councilwoman Caldwell,
Yes.
Councilman Lay,
Yes.
Councilman Weatherspoon,
Yes.
President Godwin.
Yes.
Mr. President, the vote is 7-0.
With a vote of 7-0, CPO 2020-40 is deferred to the next regularly scheduled meeting of the Gary Common Council on October 6, 2020, 6 o'clock p.m. via Zoom.
CPL 2020-44, an ordinance revising 2020 appropriations for the Police Department operating budgets. Fund 27725, donation fund for the fiscal year beginning January 1st, 2020, ending December 31st, 2020. Sponsored by Mayor Jerome Prince, City of Gear.
Mr. President.
Councilwoman Brown,
I move for passage of CPO 2020-44 on third and final reading.
Second.
been moved and properly seconded by Councilman Lay. Is there an overview at this time?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Attorney Coben.
CPO 2020-44 is an ordinance actually asking for appropriation of a grant that was received by the Gary Police Department from the Joyce Foundation in the amount of $50,000. The grant will be used for assessing and updating departmental management policies and procedures. The police department went through a grant process and was awarded this grant from the Joyce Foundation. So we are requesting that the council amend their budget for Fund 225 so they can utilize these funds.
Thank you, Attorney Coben. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Atkins,
Yes.
Councilman Brewer,
Yes.
Councilwoman Brown,
Yes,
Councilwoman Caldwell,
Yes.
Councilman Lay,
Yes.
Councilman Weatherspoon,
Yes.
and President Godwin.
Yes.
Mr. President, the vote is 7-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. With a vote of 7-0, CPO 2020-44 passes and is so ordered.
CPO 2020-45, an ordinance revising the JAG budget for the fiscal year of 2020, sponsored by Mayor Jerome Prince, City of Gear.
Mr. President.
Councilwoman Brown,
I move for passage of CPO 2020-45 on third and final reading.
Second.
been moved and properly seconded by Council Members Barnes, Caldwell, and Lay. We have the overview at this time.
Mr. President, CPO 2020-45 is an ordinance revising the Justice Assistance Grant budget. Originally, the Gary Police Department had budgeted funds in the machinery and equipment line item to purchase computers, but must now move those dollars to the other materials line item because the machinery and equipment line item is for purchases of individual purchases of $5,000 or more, and computers cost less than that. So we're requesting that this grant budget be revised, excuse me.
Thank you, Attorney Colvin. Any questions or discussion? Seeing and hearing none, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Atkins,
Yes.
Councilman Brewer,
Yes.
Councilwoman Brown,
Yes,
Councilwoman Caldwell,
Yes.
Councilman Lay,
Yes.
Councilman Weatherspoon,
Yes.
President Godwin.
Yes.
Mr. President, vote is 7-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. With a vote of 7-0, CPO 2020-45 passes and is so ordered.
CPO 2020-46, an ordinance amending Chapter 2, Article 9, Section 829 regarding commanding officers for the fire department, sponsored by Mayor Jerome Prince, City of Gary.
Councilman Brewer,
Mr. President, I move for passage of CPO 2020-46 on third and final.
Second,
it's been moved and properly seconded by Councilwoman Barnes Caldwell. We'll have the overview at this time.
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Attorney Williams.
I think we had the same issue with this ordinance, that it was going to first be given an opportunity to be vetted by the police commission, the fire commission under 5882, and they have not had an opportunity to meet. They actually meet on the 17th. For that reason, I don't see why we should take any different, why you all should take any different action before which time they've been able to add their input. The requested change can happen through the commission process and should, per the existing ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Williams.
Mr. President,
Councilman Lay.
I absolutely agree with Attorney Williams. That, again, was my understanding. And in other words, it's phrased a little different because he's talking about Chapter 2 and Article 1.3, but I believe he's actually talking about Ordinance 5882, which was passed December the 21st, I think, 1982. So again, and especially in light of the fact that they will meet on April the 17th, as I recall, he's asking people to move from, I believe, the engineer. He's getting rid of the lieutenants, I believe, as I recall from memory. And so they will be asked to move, I guess, from engineer to captain. Although there will be some lieutenants still there. I know one for sure that will continue to function as a lieutenant because that's where he is now. So I agree with Attorney Williams. We should do the same. We should return this to the committee, would be the proper motion, and then bring it back after the fire commission has had an opportunity to certainly do this internally and not take this authority from them or circumvent them when it's not necessary. That if they said no, maybe that then becomes some kind of subsequent issue. But everyone has appointees there. The council has two. The fire commission, not the fire commission, I believe Union, I think it's 359. They have two, and the executive branch has two. So everyone's interest is represented there. So I would send it back to committee, allow them to meet. I believe the date Attorney Williams indicated was the 17th of this month, and make them aware of what's going on if they're not aware. And again, I would ask either Attorney Williams and or Attorney Poe to ensure that they, aware of what this ordinance is about. If they say yes to it, then they would just simply change their rules and we would do nothing.
yes.
All right, Councilman Brewer.
Yes, I would just like to defer to Attorney Poe. That would be my motion will be withdrawn, and I will move it to October 6th at 6 p.m. to have it at our regular scheduled meeting. I know that discussion came up. The chair's not here. There was no correspondence on either side, so I will ask Attorney Poe if people have comments at this time.
Yes, thank you, Councilman Brewer. I agree with both Attorney Lay and Attorney Williams, or sorry, Councilman Lay and Attorney Williams. This is an issue, though, that we do believe is a pressing issue. It is part of the budgetary concerns for the Gary Fire Department going forward. So we are hoping that that we can get an answer as soon as possible from the commission, and that this isn't going to be something that we have to wait several months or are going to have a whole lot of discussion going forward. If need be, we would like the opportunity to bring this back before the council, obviously during the budget season, and in order to prepare best for 2021.
So, Mr. President, my motion would be to withdraw, pass on third and final of CPO 2020-46, and defer this to the next scheduled council meeting, October 6th at 6 p.m. via Zoom.
there a second?
Second.
Been moved and properly seconded by Councilman Barnes Caldwell. Any questions or discussion?
Yeah, and
Councilman Lay?
yeah, the proper motion is postponed until that time. That's defers what occurs when you postpone. So the proper motion, just so in the future, we will use, he's postponing it to a definite date, which would be October 6th. That's your proper motion. There is no motion to defer in parliamentary procedure or in our rules either.
All right. Thank you, Councilman Lay. Councilman Brewer, do you want to restate the motion?
What Mr. Lay just said, I agree with, yes. We will move to,
Postpone.
Postpone to the October 6th meeting.
yes.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any other questions or discussion? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Atkins,
Yes.
Councilman Brewer,
Yes.
Councilwoman Brown,
yes,
Councilwoman Caldwell,
Yes.
Councilman Lay,
Yes,
Councilman Weatherspoon,
Yes.
and President Dowling.
Yes.
Mr. President, vote is 7-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. With a vote of 7-0, CPO 2020-46 is postponed until the regularly scheduled meeting of the Gary Common Council on October 6, 2020 at 6:00 p.m. via Zoom.
CPO 2020-47, an ordinance requiring gas station in certain 24-hour establishments to install security cameras and provide armed security guards for the protection of the patrons, sponsored by Mayor Jerome Prince, City of Gary.
Councilman Brewer,
Mr. President, I move for passage of CPO 2020-47.
Second.
been moved and properly seconded. Overview at this time. Is this going to be Attorney Colvin or?
I think we have Attorney Jenkins that was
Yes.
going to do the interview.
Okay, Attorney Jenkins is recognized.
Yes, I'm here. Okay, CPO 2020-47, the purpose of the ordinance is to require gas stations and certain 24-hour establishments to have security cameras and provide security, armed security during the nighttime hours. The reason we drafted this ordinance is because of the potential risk of criminal activity at this time and the actual, during these types of hours and at these types of establishments, and due to the actual data bearing that out. For those reasons, we drafted this ordinance and ask for passage at this time.
Any questions or discussion on this matter?
Mr. President,
Councilman Lay?
I spent a great deal of time accumulating information and facts on this particular ordinance. First of all, the average security officer in this country is paid somewhere between $10 and $17 an hour.
What?
I'm sorry, isn't this on the? Yeah, the security guard here is paid somewhere between $10 and $17 per hour. I also went further. The Secret Service, which are trained at Laurel, Virginia, and I believe it's the Raleigh, James Raleigh building. If you wanted to be an entry level to be a Secret Service member, you would have to spend 1 year as a GS5, and you would have to have a bachelor's degree. When you move to GS7, which is basically entry level, they're paid $36,000 a year. So if you do the necessary division, or some people say the math, you will find that they're paid $17.30 an hour. What I did also was attempt to reach Sheriff Martinez. I was unable to reach him, but I did talk to former Chief Deputy Willie Stewart Jr. When the sheriff, should he decide to issue, I'm going to call him a permit or his badge, I've got the proper name for it, that gives them certainly arrest powers. In fact, the sheriff, who I've represented at least 2 or 3 sheriffs, what they do, they ask these individuals to sign documents. So should they have a false arrest, they do not appear to have any really special training. Also, I would indicate that the minimum wage in Indiana is $7.25. Now, if in fact this ordinance is calling for 24-hour security guard, I think that would be unnecessary. I think basically most of their problems, and I was unable to speak with Attorney Evans. I did speak with, with Police Commissioner Evans. I did speak with Attorney Colvin. I think he's a little bit under the weather, but I believe if we looked at maybe a 12 hours from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. Certainly would be less of a financial burden on the station as opposed to 24 hours. And we wouldn't come up with this very large figure that Mr. Godwin gave previously. And I would also, in this ordinance, I would give either the police chief the ability to move the time back maybe a couple of hours in the wintertime, because it will start getting darker much sooner. It may become darker at 4 or 5. So we wouldn't have to come back and do a whole ordinance. Just give him the authority to then contact the necessary station, service station. Well, now you need to move back too. I also was contacted by and had an extensive conversation with Comcast. Each station could purchase a camera that would be maintained by Comcast or someone like them. I'm not suggesting they all go to Comcast. I guess they can go to ADT. Would cost them at Comcast $1 a day. So that would be $360 in a year or $30 a month. To me, this is all a cost of doing business. Certainly that is a problem that the chief identified at the previous meeting, that people are losing or have lost their life at service stations. I'm sure they've lost it in other places too, so I don't want to put it all on the service stations. But certainly that would be an above line deduction accounting wise. I do have an accounting background. So again, it would not be a burden. If they wanted to even add 1 cent to every gallon of gas they sold, that would more than cover the cost of what I'm now suggesting. So it's not where they would close down or not be able to do that. And I think that may increase their customers because the customers now knowing that someone would be there during certain hours, that may encourage them to come there. As opposed to, let's say, going to truck stops. So based upon this, I do not believe this ordinance contains enough for us to pass it at this time. I would suggest that it is returned back to the committee so that we can make amendments to it. We can find out, can they exist with less than 24 hours? I'm talking about the maker of the motion, which I think was Mayor Prince, that we don't need the 24 hours. And I believe that the police chief would have confirmed it, but like I say, he's under the weather. And Attorney Colvin, or our chief of staff, attempted to connect him with me, but she did inform me when she called me back that he had a problem, that he had health problem he had to deal with. So I would suggest if we do it now, I suggest it would be defeated. And I would hate to see something this important defeated because it didn't have sufficient information inside of it. So I would move that, I would ask that the maker of the motion, Councilman Brewer, send it back to the committee for amendments to this particular ordinance.
Thank you, Councilman Lay. I just wanted to offer 2 insights, and I agree that it should be sent back to committee. I think there's a whole lot that needs to be researched and concluded when it comes to such a big ask. Now, I also did my research, as I am wont to do, and talked to many folks who own local security companies and work in the policing and law enforcement arena. And while it may be that the security guard is paid $10 to $15 an hour, most of these security guards work for companies. And those companies are funded and insured. And certainly if they're armed, then their insurance is going to be much higher than an unarmed security guard. And the contract, the privity contract, would not be between the security guard, most likely, and the gas station, but it will be between the gas station and a duly and properly licensed, funded, and insured security company. Now, if you know a company that will do this for $10 to $15, I've been paying too much for events that I've had, and certainly contracted with local security providers where the cost has been, more like $25 to $30 and even $50 an hour when you pay that company, who then in turn pays their independent contractor via 1099. So that's why I suggested that the actual cost would be far higher than $10 to $15 an hour. And when you multiply it, and I think to the point that you make, it's going to get darker much sooner. You're talking about quite a bit of time that's being covered. And we're well into the six figures in terms of an annual operating cost to these gas stations. So let me be clear, the quality of life, you can't put a dollar amount on that. And I do think that there needs to be more patrols and more security around the gas stations. But to that point, I reassert my concern about the fact that these people may not be able to arrest. I think that's still a question. The chief suggested that they would not be if they were not law enforcement trained and sworn law enforcement officers. I think that's a concern to have that person out there with a gun. And secondly, from an economic perspective, not the cost, I'm talking about the human capital, the capacity. We have probably there's about 53 gas stations in the city. And let's just say, 40 or 45 of them would fall into this category in terms of their hours of opening. That's a lot of personnel that these relative security companies would have to hire in order to meet the requirements of this ordinance, 365 days a year, anywhere from 10 to 14 hours a day, depending on daylight savings time and so forth. So those are the questions that I had. It's not at all meant to be combative or to prove who's right about what it is, but I do think that these are some questions that deserve further insight and answers.
Mr. President, I certainly don't think you were trying to be combative, and neither am I. First of all, the chief was not correct. Maybe I wasn't clear. Once Mr. Martinez, if the county sheriff chose to issue, I'm going to call it a badge, they certainly can carry weapons. You do not have to contract with the security company. I would suggest that when we put on political affairs, I agree with you, we spend $35, $100 or whatever to satisfy the individuals, whether it's at Marquette or wherever we rent. So we pay more, but that's paid directly to the individual. It's not paid to a company. Again, the minimum wage in the state of Indiana is $7.25. The difficulty, if there would be one, is whether Mr. Martinez, the Lake County Sheriff, and I'm going to say issue a badge or something of that nature. As I indicated, I did not have the opportunity to speak with them, same way I didn't speak with the police chief, but I differ with Mr. Evans when he said you have to be a sworn police officer. Well, we all know you can in fact make a citizen's arrest. It's a little dangerous, but you certainly can do that. And of course, if you had a permit to have a weapon, there would be no reason you also couldn't use that weapon if it became necessary to do that. So I would suggest the figures are not going to be that high, and they would contract with individuals. In fact, I know this to be a Mercy Hospital, which now this is a very high hourly rate that they pay. They pay $23 an hour, but they certainly don't deal with any other benefits. And they principally hire police officers. I mean, there's part-time positions for police officers. So they can do it they can do it at less than $10 an hour because our state minimum wage is only $7.25 an hour. So the difficulty here would be what Mr. Martinez would do. And that would be the source of their authority to function as security guards. Like I said previously, I've represented at least 3 sheriffs since I've been practicing law, maybe even 4 sometime. I'm not sure how many. But I think we both agree, send it back to committee, and then we certainly can produce, you know, certainly we can, hopefully the chief would be available. And I wouldn't have any problem asking Lake County Sheriff Martinez, sometime I can't remember his first name, ask him to come to the council. And he certainly could indicate whether they have the authority. As I understand it, when he gives that badge out, they have to tell him they're going to be working in a security position. And at that time, he asked them to sign a document holding the police department harmless. But you will find the Lake County Sheriff may ask everybody to sort of hold them harmless. And when we defend, and I've defended the Lake County Sheriff, we really try to get around respondent superior that we said, well, they were somewhat acting on their own, which is not necessarily accurate. But I believe there's laws that say we can do that. I know there's a previous law at the Court of Appeals level saying we could do it that way. So again, we are in agreement to go back to committee, and I will attempt to see if I can get Mr. Martinez, and if not him, certainly the former Chief Deputy Willie Stewart Jr., who had in excess of a decade on the Lake County Sheriff's Department, to come in and talk to the council about what authority they have when they carry this. I'm going to call it a badge. I'm not sure what the technical name is.
Thank you, Councilman Lay. Councilman Brewer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am not prepared to take this back to committee. I think we need to go ahead and move on this here. We got a lot of things that have to happen in committee in the upcoming weeks. But this ordinance here, I have had a chance to visit several of our gas stations inside the city and to speak with some of the owners, some of the workers and things of that nature. But majority of the time you're catching the owners there. And they were just expressing to me the concern of the cost, as you have outlined the cost of security and how there's a time, maybe after 12 or so, there's barely traffic that's coming in and out of these stations there. You get a dribble here, dribble there. There's not the traffic that you would have normally during the daytime hours. A couple of them also shared the concern where we made them put the camera system in, and how someone put high-tech camera systems in. They're not cheap camera systems, that they spent some money putting these systems in, and where they do continue to work with our police department to provide them with any footage. And we're not talking about just one camera, we're talking about multiple cameras around the premises. And we do appreciate our businesses for complying with our laws. Also with the bathroom ordinance, some of them that had not did what they need to do for the bathroom ordinance are taking the time and making sure that they get it done. They heard about it, but they're making arrangements, because some of them I go in just to ask, can I use the bathroom, even though I may not have to, just to see how the restrooms look and make sure the restrooms are operating the proper way if we want any visitor, any citizen to see. So I'm prepared to move forward with this on tonight.
Mr. President,
Councilman Lay.
the purpose of the ordinance, and again, I understand the source of it. I really appreciate where it's coming from. The purposes of this ordinance is in fact to protect human life. Now, I don't see any other ordinance that equals this one. Although Mr. Brewer says maybe now you could send it over to Ways and Means if he's too busy, if he has too much. This is just too important, because the purpose of this is to protect human life. There's nothing on our agenda, nothing to protect human life such as this. This is the reason this is coming forward. This is not coming forward because the mayor owns a camera company. And again, he sort of mixed apples and oranges. I'm going to make a suggestion or prediction, I should say. These fire stations, I'm sorry, these gas stations will not, during this pandemic, period, and only because he raised it am I going to speak to this. During this pandemic, their revenues, of course, are down. Under normal circumstances, if this were not the protection of life, but for the council to say it's too busy, and some of the things we deal with, we could put them off for 2 years, it wouldn't make a difference. But once you vote something down like this, it cannot come back. So again, I would suggest you send it over to the Ways and Means. They have nothing before it. And let's do it over there. That it's not necessary for this to be in the planning commission. The planning committee in the first place. I didn't see why it would be there.
Councilman Lay, it's not in the planning commission, it's in the public safety committee.
Oh, well then I'm not sure that we need to hear from the chairman. If that committee is that busy, and thank you for the correction. The only reason I thought it was in planning because Councilman Brewer was the one saying, was so busy. Well, still send it to Ways and Means. I do not believe this council should vote on anything to kill this for a year. And we're talking about people's lives. There's nothing else on, I don't see anything of any importance that would transcend the life. If we find after a complete discussion of this, that, what is being said, that people are incorrect or you need all of this money or they're going out of business. What if Councilman Brewer was in court with what he just said, and I did it to the same extent, but I at least offered to bring the individual before the council. It's hearsay. We have no way, and I'm not suggesting he's not truthful here, but it is possible in conversations you misunderstand something. I don't know how you drive into a service station, stay there 15 or 20 minutes or an hour. I don't know how long he was there. That would be considered hearsay. He could not submit this to a court, even though I said something about the former Chief Deputy Willie Stewart Jr. I suggested he come forward and address this council. I suggested Sheriff Martinez come forward and address this council. So again, I would ask, I guess I heard all of my life, haste make waste. And this is absolutely probably the only significant ordinance we got and that we've had this year. So let's move it to another committee, and Ways and Means would be an ideal committee.
Councilman Brewer.
I'm going to let someone else speak that hasn't spoke. I hear someone else, Mr. President.
President Godwin.
Councilman Weatherspoon.
Yeah, I just want to say something as it relates to costs and safety here. In my experiences working in corporate America and working for a variety of companies, there's always a cost of safety. Now, some companies are reluctant to deal with that factor. And because they don't deal with the factor, it generally comes back to bite them in the butt. Okay, there is always a cost to safety. And that's something that we can't negate. It's something that we can't get around, even though you may have owners of these establishments that are saying that there is a cost, significant cost of what they have to do. I'm sorry, safety is just the cost of doing business. That's just the way it is these days. It's no way around that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Weatherspoon. I guess I would just ask the administration, there's a lot of questions around this. Is there any other city that you are aware of? We talk about it being a cost of doing business, and obviously gas stations are all over the place. But is this a practice? Maybe Attorney Jenkins can, in his research, enlighten us that is happening throughout the state of Indiana, that cities are asking gas stations to have armed security guards. We aren't the only city with crime concerns. And so when I talk about cost, it's not in any way to diminish the preservation of life. We know people are getting killed in apartment buildings, a lot of places, just driving down the interstate. in front of homes, drive-by shootings. So we know that this activity is happening everywhere. My only concern is that we're creating something, we're creating something that may not be sustainable or even doable, right? Not just from a financial perspective. I think you're going to need 100+ folks to be able to fill these slots for this many gas stations. And so my question is not just about how much it costs, but is it even feasible from an ongoing perspective? Now, obviously, there was discussion about the public restrooms, which was already on the books. That's a one-time capital expenditure, $4,000, $10,000, $5,000. But I think even a conservative estimate about what we're asking them to do, and it's not clear that it's even going to solve the problem. I know that the sheriff has historically granted these badges, as it were, to folks who are operating as a bailiff or other government-related type jobs, but I'm not aware of these going to private security companies or private individuals who are performing. I have no evidence of that. Maybe someone else does, that the sheriff has issued these to individuals who have their own 1099 relationship with their own private security company in terms of their ability to actually do something. It's one thing to observe a crime and to have a gun on your side, but what can you actually do in response to it? And what are we creating in terms of any potential conflict between the police department, who's actually charged to do this work, and these individuals or companies, as it were, who are functioning at these gas stations? So those were the concerns. I understand the cost of safety, but this seems over and beyond what is typically asked of any business in our area or anywhere.
But Mr. President, my request, and I'm sure the administration would support such a request. I would hope other councilmen. I'm not asking you to vote on anything at this point. Mr. Brewer is the one asking for a vote with insufficient information. I mean, we're hearsay. We don't have the answer. I spend a great deal of time, but I'm not saying take my word on it. Let's bring people in. What's the difference? And this is where sometimes I'm absolutely confused the way this council functions. What's the difference? We just sent two things back, which have a great deal less importance than this one. I'm saying send it back, and we then look at it in a committee structure as opposed to a vote. I don't see a significant difference between voting September the 15th and October the 6th. I would assume no service station is going to hire anyone. Nobody's going to be hired. So what is the concern about actually getting factual evidence of certain costs? I agree with Mr. Witherspoon, or Councilman Witherspoon, I should say, excuse me, that if you go to a person, everything is a cost of doing business. So obviously you're reducing either the amount of money. No, the sheriff will never issue a 1099. The sheriff merely gives out this badge, and as I understand from former Chief Deputy Mr. Willie Stewart, you have to tell him you're going to be working as security. He's not saying a company. He's saying you sign a document. So all I'm saying, what is there a rush? I mean, let's throw some of this other stuff out we've been discussing for months. At the last council meeting, I believe the issue was, and it was Mr. Brewer himself. He said, well, we need to design what the security guard should look like. I absolutely differ with Chief Evans when he says you have to be a sworn police officer. That is absolutely inaccurate. And that's based upon 40-some years of legal training, legal work, I should say. I got out of law school fairly early. I didn't do for 2.5 years. But that's all I'm asking. Go back to the committee. We at least gather additional, and I'm going to call it evidence, additional facts, rather than all of this hearsay, And if on October the 6th, the council says, well, we're not concerned with this, or we think the service station would break themselves, then fine. Before I would want to vote on it tonight, I would want the administration to withdraw it. Then we come back with all these facts. But I think the easiest way, send it, and if public safety is too busy, and I don't see how it could be, has a whole lot less in it than the planning committee. And I think when Mr. Brewer was speaking, I think he himself was thinking about the planning committee. Public safety don't have that much over there. We're waiting for a question to be answered, as far as I know, by the fire commission. If they decide they can do it, it's gone. It won't be before the public safety. I think the other one is the police commission. If they respond, it won't be there at all. They'll change 5881 and 5882. Both were passed identical on the same, they were passed on the same date. And I believe it was December the 21st, 1982. So now we have a public safety committee. Doesn't appear to have anything there, anything of any substance. So I'm saying not to vote on this. If you vote on this, we are killing this for a year with absolutely inadequate information. I mean, we've been arguing several of these ordinances for 9 months, 8 months, that probably shouldn't have been argued for 8 days. But here comes something that's important. And I think even the police chief was asked, if we're going to start ignoring our professionals, he was asked by Councilman Godwin, how did he feel about the ordinance? And I objected because I said, well, I don't think he has the freedom to say certain things, but he did in fact say he agreed with the ordinance, and he thought it was, my overall impression, he thought it was something that should be done. I would think it'd be just absolutely derelict of our duty not to send this back to a committee and for the council to spend time trying to accumulate facts. 2 or 3 weeks don't make a difference. It's not costing anybody any additional money. And that if we're too busy to do our job, then we need to relinquish it, give it to somebody else. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman Lay. I would just ask Councilman Brewer and then the administration, right? They brought this to us. If they have a perspective, obviously the chief, as you noted, is under the weather. So I'm not certain he would be available for our typical Tuesday meetings when we're also doing the finance committee with the budget. But in any event, I think I'd like to hear from the administration in terms of what they would like to do. This generated from them. And I know there's questions about the veracity of the chief's claims and so forth. And so we certainly will want him to be part of the meeting. So I would ask Attorney Jenkins or Attorney Colvin what your pleasure is. And would the chief be available for any further meeting? Councilman Brewer.
Mr. President, I just want to comment. We have plenty of security throughout the city, and I'm not just saying plenty where that's enough, but there's a lot of security in stores. There's security inside restaurants. There's security inside our apartment buildings. I believe just last night we had a homicide at Concord last night. I'm pretty sure security was on duty. It wasn't that late when this happened, but a homicide happened. Having a security or police does not stop all crime from happening. It was once said you can put a police officer on every block in this entire city, but you cannot stop the action of what would take place in someone's home at all. So what I'm saying is inside this here, I feel it's an additional burden to the business owner, and we may not feel like they're not important because they may not be of our race or something of that nature there, but we have to consider all people as equal too. These are our business partners inside our community. If there's an issue with something that's happening inside of a certain business, a certain home, I think we need to deal with that issue there. But to allow more security to be at more places or more, of this nature here, I don't see the point of it. I think we need to deal with the business on an individual basis. We know these hot spots. We know the areas. We know where we have had these problems at. We know it. The chief started naming off the different ones, and we can say they're habitual offenders of these things happening there time after time after time. We get the call, we get the complaints about people talking about the same gas station throughout, people loitering, hanging out there, the same complaints. Does this change this by putting more security guards, police officers, whatever, in the climate that we are in at this time as a country with the safety of our police officers or security at this time? I think we cause a bigger problem to erupt.
Mr. President,
Thank you, Councilman. If I might, I did want to give the administration a chance to,
okay.
we've kind of gone back and forth for some time now on this, but could the Mr. Administration state what your pleasure is, or what, I mean, this did not come from a council member, Attorney Jenkins?
So I know at the last public safety meeting, we mentioned we might, send it back for any amendments. I'm open to that. If we could, get one more chance to sort of lay everything out, then we can have one more discussion, maybe amongst the council members at a committee hearing, then we can bring it back. And if it's defeated at that time, we can go forward on that, or whatever happens. We can go from that. But if we have one more chance to get all the facts, so we can have one final discussion, I have no objection with that. I believe that might be in the best interest of the mayor as well. I'm not sure. He's not here to speak on that. But that would just be my opinion.
And let me just ask, I would want the chief to be there. And
Okay.
so this may not be possible next Tuesday for a lot of reasons. In terms of, I would imagine we're going to be in budget hearings all night, Tuesday and Wednesday of next week. So my only concern is Councilman Brewer is here with the Public Safety Committee. Councilman Williams is not present. And so if there is going to be if we're going to take this back to committee, I think we need to have a date that works. And obviously we have another council meeting on October 6th. So I'd like to know and have assurance that the chief will be available. Attorney Pohl, you look like you might want to say something too.
No, I would thank you, Mr. President. I was going to second the notion from Attorney Jenkins that we would like this to go back to committee. And you're absolutely right. I think it's critical that the chief, as the leader of our public safety, would ultimately have the opportunity to make his position clear, and also provide some of his ideas on the ordinance as well to the council members in order for everybody to get a little bit better understanding. I think you're absolutely right too, though, that we're ultimately it could be a very, very lengthy discussion, and we are in the middle of budget season. And to Councilman Lay's point, I think given the opportunity to address this at an appropriate time and with the appropriate amount of time, I think would probably be best in everybody's interest, in the best interest of everybody, both the citizens, the council, and the administration.
Mr. President,
Councilman Lay?
what I'm going to suggest, if time, and certainly no one can give you assurance in terms of the health of the police chief, and I certainly know a little bit more details than I'm willing to now say. I would suggest we postpone it. That's why it should be postponed, maybe to the second week in November. We will conclude all action on the budget. It has to be done prior, as I understand it, prior on or before November the 1st. So if we moved it even to the second meeting in November, that would give him sufficient time to recover from whatever, his health problems is. It's sometimes people are gone for a substantial amount of time because of health issues. So again, I don't see, if we vote on it with absolutely insufficient information, we vote no, then it can't come back for a year. So again, we move it to the second meeting in November. we get all of these other difficult things and important things that I just simply am not aware of, but I'm sure they must be here somewhere. I just haven't seen them, or either I read through it too fast. And give what Mr. Jenkins was saying, and I'm sure that would be the position. And I haven't discussed this with the mayor, but certainly that would be a position I think he would honor, because we did indicate we were going to make some changes in the committee, and we have not done that. It's like on these other two, we suggested we were going to deal with the the fire commission and the police commission. We didn't do that. We returned it to committee. Here, I'm suggesting we return it to the committee and bring it out to second meeting in November. No one is harmed by that action.
All right, thank you, Councilman Lay. And I guess we do have a deputy chief, so I mean, it might be the administration's pleasure. I think Deputy Chief Michael Jackson, I suppose he's in charge now. I don't know that, but might operate if we need to in the chief's stead. But that's their decision. I'm going to just go back to Councilman Brewer, and we need to move forward. We have a lot more to do, so whatever you're going to do, can you?
I move for passage.
Okay, it's been moved for passage. Is there a second? I think we already had a second. Madam Clerk, we had a second? It's been so long now. There was a second in terms of
Yes.
passage?
Yes.
Okay, and I believe we've already had the overview, or did we get to the overview?
No, we never had no.
Okay,
overview.
Attorney Jenkins, will you provide the overview?
Okay, I actually think we did have the overview briefly.
I think it's been so.
It was
All
very
right,
brief.
so we had the overview, and we had questions and discussion. And I guess, are there any further questions and discussions about?
Mine would be, if you vote this down, Mr. President, you have to wait a year before it can come back. And we don't know enough to do anything tonight. Absolutely don't know enough. So what we're doing now is, I guess, just speeding it up. And maybe it's the source of who is asking us to do it.
Mr.
I can't
Chair,
think of any reason to speed it up at this point. It does not hurt to postpone it to November, the second meeting in November. Nobody's hurt. There's no injury. And we certainly don't have to wait a year, and administration can bring forward sufficient information. And still, if the council want to vote it down, you vote it down. Then still that no one is harmed.
All right, thank you, Councilman Lay. Attorney Williams?
yes, I intended to make a correction with Attorney Lay. Councilman Lay stated that previously. That too has long been my belief, that something would have, if it failed, it could not come back for a year. But in reading the council rules, a motion to reconsider can be brought by any member of the council at any time. So I think that's more of a legend than an actual rule of the council, that if something is voted down, it cannot come back for a year. A careful read of your rules will state that, and it was changed because at one point you had to be on the non-prevailing side to bring it back. That then changed at some point, and the rule as it reads now states that any member at any time can bring a motion to reconsider. So it would not have to wait a year to come back. That's simply not correct.
I was
Thank
given
you,
that
Attorney
year by
Williams.
Attorney Williams, told me the year. I did not suggest that. I'm fully aware of the motion to reconsider can be brought at any time by any member of the council. I've experienced that when I was representing the council. It came up on when we wanted to change the fees in the sanitary district. He is the one that used the year, so I have not read that. I was taking that to what he had previously told us. I thought it was a time period of less than a year, but be as it may. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, thank you. I think we've had a lot of discussion. Any other questions, discussion about the substance of the ordinance? Seeing and hearing none, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Atkins. Councilwoman Atkins.
No.
Councilman Brewer.
No.
Councilwoman Brown.
No.
Councilwoman Brown.
No.
What are we voting?
Councilwoman Caldwell.
No.
Councilman Lay,
Abstain.
Councilman Witherspoon,
Abstain.
President Godwin.
No.
Mr. President, the vote is 5 noes, 2 abstentions.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. With 5 noes and 2 abstentions, CPO 2020-47 fails for lack of sufficient votes.
CPO 2020-48, an ordinance amending Title 15 entitled Land Usage, Chapter 123 entitled Zoning Code of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Gary, Indiana. Petitioner Teach Smith Sunflower Preschool LLC, 339-41 Fillmore Street, Gary, Indiana, property at 339 Fillmore Street, Gary, Indiana.
Councilman Brewer.
Mr. President, I make a motion to pass CPO 2020-48 on third and final.
Second.
Been moved and properly seconded by Councilwoman Barnes Caldwell. We'll have the overview at this time. I see Mr. Berea, the zoning director, is on. So are you going to provide the overview? I think,
Can you hear me?
yes, we can. Thank you.
Yes. The petitioner has requested to set up a daycare from a residence. We went over in both the BZA and the Plan Commission the various aspects such as the number of schools, number of students, number of kids who would go to the daycare, the parking at the daycare, and all of those were satisfactorily accepted. The staff recommendation is that this would provide a service to residents and provide a tax revenue to the city.
Thank you, Mr. Berea. Do we know if the petitioner is present on the Zoom? I know she was at the committee meeting we had.
Yeah, I believe she's here. She's going to have to be given permission.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let's see here. Let's see. Media Department. I believe her name is Tisha Smith. She's TM here. We need to move her to the panelist category. All right, that is done. I just wanted to make sure she had the opportunity to respond to any questions that council members may have. Any questions or discussion at this time?
No.
Did you have anything you wanted to add, Ms. Smith?
Thank you. I don't know.
Okay. Does any member have a question for Ms. Smith related to this ordinance? All right. Any other questions or discussions for anybody? All right. Seeing none, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Atkins,
Councilwoman Atkins, you're muted. Please proceed with the vote. We'll come back to Councilwoman Atkins.
Councilman Brewer,
Yes.
Councilwoman Brown,
Yes.
Councilwoman Caldwell,
Yes.
Councilman Lay,
Yes.
Councilman Witherspoon,
Yes.
Councilwoman Atkins,
Yes.
President Godwin.
Yes.
Mr. President, vote is 7-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. With a vote of 7-0, CPO 2020-48 passes and is so ordered. Congratulations, Ms. Smith. Look
Thank
forward
you.
to the good work that I know you will do.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Bye.
CPO 2020-49, an ordinance amending Title 15 entitled Land Usage, Chapter 123 entitled Zoning Code of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Gary, Indiana. Petitioner Ashley Cardwell, 1979 Tennessee Street, Gary, Indiana. Property at 1979 Tennessee Street.
Mr. President, I move for passage of CPO 2020-49 on third and final.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded by Councilwoman Barnes Caldwell. Media team, we need to add in Miss Ashley Cardwell. I believe she is. I know earlier she was, yeah, she's present, so we need to move her as a panelist just in case there are any questions that members have for her. Okay, while that's being done, Mr. Berea, will you provide the overview at this time?
Yes, likewise with the previous petitioner, Ms. Cardwell proposed to run a daycare out of a residential property. The parking was discussed, the number of kids were discussed, the hours of operation were discussed, and everything was met satisfactorily at both the BZA and the Plan Commission. And the staff recommends the Ashley Cardwell to be granted a daycare at the location. It will serve a benefit for the residents of the city and provide tax revenue for the city.
Thank you, Mr. Berea. I see that Ms. Cardwell is here. Welcome. Glad you're here. Anything you would like to add in terms of what you're doing with your daycare?
Something I'm bringing into the city of Gary for kids and working parents. I just wanted to do something good.
All right, thank you. Any questions of council members for Mr. Berea or for the petitioner, Ms. Cardwell?
Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman Atkins?
I just had 3 questions for Mr. Berea for my notes. Can you confirm how many residents were notified in that area? And then also how many current daycares are within that block? Or I would say within like the four block radius between 19th and Tennessee and 22nd and Tennessee?
This particular situation, on the first question, this particular situation, Ms. Cardwell went before the BZA twice because the first time she put out the certified mailing and did not fulfill the legal ad requirement. So she completed all certified mailing in the June BZA and then repeated it again in the August BZA. So I will have to double check my notes for the exact number from her list. It ranged from all petitioners during that meeting ranged from 50 some to 80 some. So I'll have to give you that exact number for hers.
Yeah, just send it to me. And then I missed one more question. If there was any opposition from any residents in that area?
I believe there were a couple in opposition, mostly for parking or traffic related issues.
Okay.
But go ahead.
I was just going to ask if you can send that information to me as well.
Yes.
Okay.
And I can also answer your second question about the other daycares in a 4 block radius, I think you said.
Yeah.
I put together, actually, our GIS expert, Martin Brown, put together a GIS map of daycares in the city. And I provided that to, with data I provided. I provided that both to BZA members, and I think the Plan Commission also received that. So I could forward that to you as well.
Okay.
And I think there was one daycare in the vicinity. I'm not sure if it was within 4 blocks, but yeah.
Okay. And just the reason, Ms. Ashley, so that you can understand, it's in my district, and then I had a couple of residents ask me those questions, and so I wasn't able to give them responsive answers. So I just wanted to get the information from Mr. Berea. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Atkins. Any other council members have questions for the petitioner or Mr. Berea?
Yes, Mr. President, I have one for Mr. Berea. So the letters that officially go out, now we have the petitioner send those letters out, because I heard you say that she sent them out to the wrong person. I believe in the past that we basically did the letters. Now, the fee can be done however you want to do the fee, but I thought in the past, we sent the letters out so that way we have an accurate where the letters actually went to, and not relying on the petitioner that's petitioning for something for us to give us that information.
Since I came into the position, I know in the past, the department has sent it out, but since I came into the position, it was the put on the petitioner to send out the certified mailing based on the address list that we provide. So we provide the address list and we provide the draft letter, and we require the petitioner to send by certified mailing for the reason that they give us the green mailing receipts for every single letter that they send out. So we have proof of send, the date, and the address that was sent for every single one that we can double check back to the Excel list that we provided the petitioner.
Okay, I would like to probably.
I'm sorry. Why would we?
Councilman Barnes Caldwell.
Why would we give the petitioner extra monetary problems? I'm not understanding that. That's what the city's job is to do, to reach out to the citizens to see how they feel about. So why are we having the people pay for it? Mr. Poe?
Yeah, I could answer that. I wanted to make sure that I could get the president's attention in order to speak to that. Ultimately, the cost of sending out certified letters is roughly between $6 and $7 per. Some of these, particularly in residential areas, that adds up very, very, very quickly to hundreds, if not thousands of dollars that is borne upon the city. A while back, we wanted to ensure that we were not bearing that cost, given the fact that in most municipalities, that's essentially how a petitioner would ultimately apply. There's the application costs, which are not, which aren't much, but the costs for the actual certified mailings and everything that goes out with that is substantial, and that is something that is borne upon the applicant, as a general matter of practice. So it's something that it's changed, but it's a cost saving measure for the city of Gary, and that's something that we wanted to ensure that we were doing.
Can I add on to what Attorney Pohl just stated? There's also a staff capacity issue. Stuffing envelopes, printing letters takes time, and with limited staff capacity, it limits our ability to do other work. So it's both the cost to the city of Gary in directly financial and cost to the city of Gary in terms of staff time.
I guess I just have one question and this is probably my own ignorance, it's very possible. Is this a policy or is it an ordinance in terms of who does what? So is it just that is there an ordinance that covers how residents are to be notified? Or is that something that we're basically an administrative rule, right? Where there's no ordinance that speaks to it or statute that speaks to it. So the body can do whatever, so the administration can do whatever it pleases in terms of how notification happens.
Mr. President, there is an ordinance that covers the cost aspect of it. There's the cost recovery ordinance or section of the fee ordinance that was passed last year, in 2019, that covers the costs of the applications and any of the notification portion that goes along with those applications. How that is actually administered is more of an administrative policy, whereby ensuring that the actual, when it get down to the meat and potatoes of, okay, well, we're going to provide you a list. Here's all the list. This is what you have to return to us as far as the green cards. That's more of an administrative policy. But the cost portion of it is covered by ordinance.
And so regardless of who is sending it out, the petitioner has always paid. Is that clear? Or is it that the city was formerly paying and now the petitioner is paying?
The city was formerly paying several years, a couple of years ago now. And then it was something that, after I think a change in the zoning department, it was one of those areas where we had started looking at and saying, well, this is something we have to change. There's no way that we should be bearing the cost of notification. It's an insurmountable cost to try and operate a budget whereby we're sending out with each application for, and some of these were, maybe applications that didn't ultimately even become businesses. They may just have been, a notice that somebody wanted to vacate, vacate a part of the street, or they wanted to just change the zoning just for their own purposes, or get a variance just for their own purposes. So it was definitely something that the city was bearing that we really should not have been.
And the fee that we charge is the same. So we didn't charge the amount that the applicant pays, even though we're basically cost shifting a responsibility that we heretofore, or at least at some point, used to bear ourselves. So that we didn't adjust that. Okay. Well, I just would say that to me, that's not an insignificant shift in terms of who's doing what. I'm glad to know that we are at least receiving those green slips so that we have some evidence that it was actually done. At first, I was kind of concerned that we're relying on someone who's obviously a vested stakeholder in it, interested party, to do their own community approval process in terms of notification. So I'm glad to hear that, but I do think this is probably something in the future we should discuss more. But any other council members?
Yes.
All right, see. I don't think I see anyone else.
Mr. President,
Councilman Brewer?
yes, I definitely had no problem with the way that they were doing. I just want to make sure that the fee was identified to the petitioner. But I thought, before I heard about the green slips, that the petitioner was basically doing all the legwork, and we were just relying on the petitioner. But I'm glad to see that the slips are. But I will add inside this this ordinance here that we will put a 2-year continuance on this. We will pass it today, but we will bring it back in 2 years for review with the concerns that's been outlined from residents and from residents at this time, especially with the parking issue there, to make sure there's no issue there with this daycare.
So that is a motion to amend this ordinance by adding a 2-year review.
Yes.
By this body on this approval. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded by Councilwoman Barnes Caldwell. Any questions or discussion about the amendment to this ordinance?
I do.
Councilman Lay?
How do we review it? Do members of the council go out and review it? Do legislative aides, or does the city review it? Who does that? Who takes that action?
Councilman Brewer, I think we've done these before.
We have done.
Well, no,
before,
I haven't done it before. We haven't done it. We just did one where we didn't say we were going to review in 1 year, 2 years, or what. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
We're treating this a little bit different. We didn't have any questions really for the first one. So who goes out and reviews, Mr. Brewer?
Chair.
Attorney Williams?
Yes, it's the city. The administration goes out and review at the request and of the council. And that's the way it's been done in the past.
I agree if that's the way it's done. It sounded like the council somehow was going to do it.
All right, so any other questions or discussion? And I think the issue is that there was some concerns raised, which makes this one different than the prior one that was approved. To our knowledge. So that's all. I don't want the petitioner to think like that we're treating like parties differently without a rational basis for so doing. But in any event, any other questions or discussion?
Councilwoman Atkins,
Yes.
Councilman Brewer,
Yes.
Councilwoman Brown, Councilwoman Brown, Councilwoman Brown,
She is unmuted, so do we want to come back to Councilman Brown?
Councilwoman Caldwell,
Yes.
Councilman Lay,
Yes.
Councilman Weatherspoon,
Yes.
Councilwoman Brown,
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
President Godwin.
Yes.
Mr. President, the vote is 7-0.
With a vote of 7-0, CPO 2020-49 is amended. Now we will consider CPO 2020-49 as amended.
Councilwoman Atkins,
Yes.
Councilman Brewer,
Yes.
Councilwoman Brown,
Yes.
Councilwoman Caldwell,
Yes.
Councilman Lay,
Yes.
Councilman Weatherspoon,
Yes.
President Godwin.
Yes.
Mr. President, the vote is 7-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. With a vote of 7-0, CPO 2020-49 as amended passes and is so ordered.
CPR 2020-14, a resolution by the Gary Common Council in support of the Edgewater Health and Meritorious Service during the COVID-19 pandemic and establishing August the 9th through the 15th, 2020 as National Health Center Week in Gary, Indiana, sponsored by Posey Weatherspoon, Councilman, 2nd District.
Mr.
Councilman
President.
Weatherspoon.
Yes, as you're aware, we attempted to have our committee meeting on September the 8th. And as you all are aware, the Zoom call or webinar timed out on us before we could have that committee meeting. And again, also, we rescheduled that meeting for yesterday, the 14th. And Mr. President, as you're aware, you and myself were the only ones that were in attendance in that. So, of course, with that being said, I'd like to move to refer this to refer CPR 2020-14 back to committee. My only concern, of course, is when we will have it, as we will be going into our budget meetings.
So I think you need to, we probably need to pick a date for it if we're going to defer it to committee. Is that correct, Attorney Williams?
Postpone, we refer it back, yes.
Thank you, Attorney Williams.
So it looks like we need to postpone it. Do we want to simply postpone it to the next?
Why don't we postpone it? Because I mean, this budget thing is going to be big and it's going to be time consuming. So can we postpone this to October 13th?
For a committee meeting?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, so there's been a motion to postpone CPR 2020-14 until October 13th,
5 o'clock, please.
2020 at 5:00 p.m. via Zoom. Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved and properly seconded. Any questions or discussion? Hearing and seeing none, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Atkins,
Yes.
Councilman Brewer,
Yes.
Councilwoman Brown,
Yes. Yes.
Councilwoman Caldwell,
No.
Councilman Lay,
Yes.
Councilman Weatherspoon,
Yes.
and President Godwin.
Yes.
President, the vote is 6 yes, 1 no.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. With 6 votes in the affirmative and 1 nay, CPR 2020-14 is postponed until the October 13th, 2020 committee meeting at 5:00 p.m. on that date via Zoom.
Mr. President,
Councilwoman Brown?
I realize that we just voted and passed this to move to another date, but it's just a resolution. Is there any reason why we cannot just go ahead and pass it and move on?
Yes, ma'am, Council Lady Brown. I'll tell you why.
Yes, please.
Okay, when I got to thinking about this, it would be really unfair to just recognize Edgewater as having, as being the sole agency to deal with this COVID-19 issue. We have our hospitals that we've had to deal with. We've had other medical facilities within the city that have dealt with the COVID-19. And in addition to that, we have also had our own first responders, being our police and our fire. And I just think it's necessary that they all be recognized as part of this resolution. Just in my opinion, when I thought about it and talking to Councilman Williams, it would be unfair just to single one out as if they are the only ones that have dealt with this pandemic.
Thank you, Councilman Weatherspoon and Councilwoman Brown. All right, so I think we're going to move forward. Madam Clerk?
CPR 2020-15, a resolution of the Common Council of the City of Gary expressing support for the Gary Community School Corporation tax referendum, sponsored by Linda Burns Caldwell, Councilwoman of the 5th District.
Councilwoman Brown?
President, I move for passage of CPR 2020-15 on third and final reading.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded by Councilwoman Barnes Caldwell. We'll have the overview at this time. Can we have people on their video as much as possible? I know this is going to be a very important conversation. There's a lot of people watching, and it helps when people can see who's doing the talking. So I know we have a lot of folks who will be perhaps talking on this. So Councilman Barnes Caldwell.
Yes. This resolution is about the tax referendum for the Gary Community School Corporation. And the overview was done last week by Dr. Paige McNulty, and she's here again tonight to answer any questions before we vote.
Well, thank you. And I think it will be good. We know this is a highly discussed issue around the city with a lot of varying opinions. And I would think, I see that Ms. Dunham is on as well. And I'd like, if she can, after Dr. McNulty speaks, that she would provide the perspective of the teachers union. It's unfortunate that Representative Smith, I don't believe he's with us, but he did provide a very helpful discussion at our committee meeting on this matter from a legislative perspective in terms of what they are dealing with in Indianapolis as it may relate to how we, not so much this council, because we aren't the ultimate determinants for how the city votes on this referendum, but let's proceed with Dr. McNulty.
Hello, thank you, President. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak again about this important referendum that you've talked about. As you're aware, the schools district is seeking a referendum on the November 3rd ballot. It's an operational referendum in which we are seeking $7.9 million a year over the next 8 years. We have looked at the figures for Gary community, and on an average assessed home of $60,000, which is the average assessed home in Gary, the ask would be approximately 20 cents a day or approximately $58 a year. Again, we do have this tax calculator on our website so that people can go on our website and actually see for themselves what their tax increment would be, and also reminding people that they need to punch the exemption button on the tax calculator so that they get all their exemptions in before they hit the submit button. But this operational referendum is to support, number one, our teachers who haven't had a raise in the last 12 years. The first $1 million, as we've committed, would go to our teachers so that we can continue to recruit and retain teachers for our students. As I've mentioned several times, we had 45 teaching openings last year, and it's very difficult to continue to raise our academics when we don't have math teachers or science teachers or English teachers. And because there's such a teacher shortage area in the state of Indiana, all of the school districts are in competition with one another to grab teachers and to be able to keep them. And so we have worked hard to partner with IUN University, for example, to bring teachers on board, pay for their licensure, and to have them stay with us another 3 years beyond that commitment as a means to retain and recruit those teachers. In addition, these funds would go towards enhancing our fine arts departments, our after-school activities for students so that they will have those opportunities like our neighboring districts, such as Science Bowl and Spelling Bowl, etc., enhancing our security, and also enhancing our ability to acquire 3 more STEM Academy schools next year, to make 3 of our schools become STEM Academy schools, which we know is important so that they'll have future opportunities and options. We would also be putting more money into our CTE program, which we believe is a diamond in the rough. We have many, many pathways already that students can take advantage of starting at the 8th grade level. Some of those include aviation, which is new this school year, graphics arts, cosmetology. We have EMS. We've got about 19 different strands, but we know that we need to continue to offer more strands so that students, again, have lots of pathways options once they get into high school, so that if they so choose, they can leave and have a certificate in their hand that's paid for, and they'll have an opportunity to have gainful employment once they leave high school, or so choose then to go on to college with that. But that is some of the reasons that we are going for an operational referendum. As we've mentioned, we also have a pot of money for 1065, which is deferred debt payments that we will be receiving for the next 5 years. That's approximately $479,000 a month for the next 5 years to help with those capital projects on deferred maintenance that we need in our buildings. That money will go again towards fixing our roof, boilers, HVAC, chillers, track, our football field, the pool, all those things that we all know and that we need for our school buildings, so that we are a place that students and staff can be proud of.
Thank you, Dr. McNulty. And I wanted to ask you a couple questions and give other folks obviously an opportunity to ask questions before we move to Ms. Dunham, if that's okay with Councilwoman Barnes Caldwell.
Yes.
Thank you. So there's a lot of concerns about the tax, right? How much is it really going to cost residents? And that's a very important concern. I'm a taxpayer like everybody else who's a property owner in the city. And I'm looking at the tax calculator, which is on your website. I believe it's voteyesgaryschools.com.
Yes.
There is a tax calculator here. And I want to confirm a few things, that this calculator was, who designed this? Was this the Department of Local Government Finance?
Yes.
For the state?
Correct.
And the options here, it has where you can say your homestead exemption, yay or nay. There has been some talk about a senior exemption in terms of how that might help some of our folks who are over 65 not bear as great a burden with this tax. Can you say more about that? And I think it might be helpful if that's added in some way, is it possible, to the tax calculator?
Yes, I agree. So yes, if anybody who's 65 years or older, they get an additional exemption. And so the cost to seniors is minimal or nothing to most of our seniors. And so they need to plug that in, and they can get the actual tax calculation to show that. The same as for anybody who's on public assistance, they plug that in and the cost would be zero to them. We had Julian Marsh on our panel last week, who was able to speak to that as well and confirm that the seniors and those in public assistance would have a zero tax increase to them.
Because I don't think the public knows that.
Right. I keep trying to say it, but I agree with you. We need to say it more.
Right. And is there a way that you can add that to the tax calculator that's circulating around?
I can see if that can be added, because it is a state tax calculator, but if nothing else, we can add that to our Facebook page for sure.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Other members have questions for Dr. McNulty?
Mr. President, I just have one question. I'm not going to spend that much time because certainly my position, I'm against the referendum, and effective October the 1st, I will devote a great deal of attention to requesting people vote no. But one thing has come up that's quite odd to me, Dr. McNulty. You initially was going to request, and again, I can't be exactly accurate, around, I believe it was going to come out to be around 51 million. And I believe you said today, and I've heard it previously, and in fact, my pastor, Dwight Gardner, who certainly I respect as a friend of mine, said somehow the Baptist Conference indicated that you should ask for more money. Well, you didn't have a plan when you first asked for money, or did you have two plans? One when you were at, let's say, 51 million, and then after they suggested, and I'd like to know if you know what is the basis for their suggestion that you so readily accept and move from 51 million to 71 million? What was the difference between what you were going to do with 51 million? And I may be wrong about this figure. It's been confusing when you guys said into 71 million.
Yes, thank you for the question. I think it's a great question.
Why did you take?
So we, if I could respond,
I wasn't quite finished. I was going to ask you the question. Please explain why you took their suggestion so readily.
I was going to respond to that, sir. So when I met with the Baptist ministers and we had a very robust and in-depth conversation, not once, but several times, I presented to them the average ask of 16 cents a day. And after a lengthy conversation, they came back to me and said, we appreciate the ask and the things that you've spelled out that you're going to use the funds for. However, we don't believe that you're asking for enough. And we want our students to have the same opportunities as our neighboring districts. And we're willing to help get this message out to the community. And so they were actually asking for us to look for like around 32 cents. And we discussed back and forth that we felt that that was just too much. So upon many conversations with them and other stakeholders, we came upon the figure of 20 cents.
Dr. McNulty, is it all right if I speak, Mr. President?
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure you didn't understand my question, because I don't think you answered. Maybe if I ask a different question, that may be an answer. What's the difference between what you were going to do before you met with individuals who are certainly, if we were discussing the Bible, and I indicated today on the radio my respect for Reverend Robinson from the St. John Baptist Church. I have utmost respect for him. But again, how did they go away after you explained what you were going to do at one level and come back after this great discussion? What's the difference in what you were going to do with the initial money? Could you be a little bit more specific? That's my question.
Yes, actually, it will be able to give us added enhancements, such as being able to add to the table those 3 STEM certified schools that weren't on the table initially, that we would like to be able to get extra curriculum training, professional development, and resources for those schools. And we're able to add more to our plate with that extra revenue so that we can have some more incentives for our students.
I believe that does answer the question now. You're telling me what you're going to do with the difference. There was another minor issue, and again, I'm going to do all of this later. The initial academic person that was hired by the initial, I'm going to say by Dr. Hinckley, was a part-time academic officer. In fact, the person was part-time because they were a recent retirement from the Gary Public Schools. And this person had other responsibilities, and that was not done until I, in fact, I'm going to use the word encourage that be done to comply with, which was Senate Bill 567, which in fact still exists. It was modified to a certain extent by House Bill 1315, which merely reduced our elected board to an advisory board and said the emergency manager no longer had to really communicate with the fiscal management board, which I was on. I was on the initial board, and it did not have to communicate with the mayor of the city of Gary in order to make certain changes. So it appears to me, and I've heard several times, that they paid more attention to the financing as opposed to the academic, although I'm aware of who the person was and I'm aware of when they were hired. So I just wanted to make that clear because it came on the radio. Mr. President, let me go away and do something else because 3 people asked me, and let me get it out of the way. It's concerning Councilwoman Linda Barnes Caldwell. I'm going to go all the way to the end. I believe she absolutely can vote on this resolution. She has no conflict. All she's doing, and I received several calls asking me, could she vote, and was it a conflict because she's an employee of the school system. I do not believe she has any conflict whatsoever. I saw them mention one earlier when Councilwoman Mary Brown and the former Councilwoman Shirley Sanford voted on the sanitary district, which was much closer in time. What Councilwoman Barnes Caldwell is doing is simply stating her position, and she's asking this council to state a position. I don't think it should be here. I think as elected officials, we should have been asked individually as opposed to something coming here, but it's here. So again, I do not see a conflict at all, because it's not out. This resolution is not outcome determinative for what is going to happen to the bond or to the school tax referendum. The public will have to vote. Should she benefit in any way? I mean, I don't know. They talk in terms of $1 million. I don't know. And sometimes I think I've heard 4%. Now, I'm not sure that she gets anything, but it certainly, it would be different if her vote would automatically get her a salary increase. It does not. And again, as I had indicated, I've dealt with conflict, I mean, real conflict, not just reading statutes. I've litigated the issue up to the Court of Appeals and have been very successful. I do not ever believe that I have lost a conflict question. So again, I was asked by 3 individuals, and they felt she, including a member of the council. And as I indicated to all 3, I don't see the conflict. She can vote. And I certainly would not advise her that way if there was any way that she would be subject to any kind of punishment, as I previously indicated, because her vote tonight on this resolution does nothing. Our vote on it does nothing. In other words, I think pretty much the council has indicated, maybe there's 1 or 2 that have not indicated their position, even in terms of when we spoke at a committee hearing. I'm certainly against it, and I don't think I will have anything further to say on it. I will do everything I'm going to do starting October the 1st. But again, I believe she can vote without any fear of being in conflict. Vote don't mean anything here other than it's where she stands on the referendum.
I appreciate your comments, and I appreciate your that we can agree to
Dr.
disagree.
McNulty, that was actually said for Councilwoman Barnes. I was not saying it to benefit the school system. What I was doing was that when I give a legal opinion, sometimes it may be against my position. Her being allowed, I know she will vote different. She is sponsoring a resolution. They also raised another question, and that's whether or not she in fact put it together. I don't see that as being of any substantive value, whether you did it or she did it. It's here now, and certainly we can cast the vote. But again, that was for Councilwoman Caldwell. It was not done at all to help on the tax or the school tax referendum. I will be against it and work very hard to try to defeat it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Lay.
President.
Councilwoman Barnes Caldwell.
Councilman Lay, a resolution is just a simple form of support.
I agree.
Okay, that's all it is. And for whichever of my coworkers what is curious, that's all it is. I support Gary Community School Corporation, period. The resolution was put together by myself and Attorney Renzer Williams.
Okay, again, I didn't see that as being significant at all.
I don't either.
How it arrived. What I was trying to indicate directly to you, I believe you can vote without any fear of conflict. You can vote.
Well, yes, sir. I was going to anyway, and November 3rd as well.
I'm sure many, the only reason I did that, I was asked by 3 individuals, including a member of the council, who asked me the question. So I was asked the question. I attempted to answer it. I certainly know full well that as a councilwoman, I am not your attorney. I was simply answering the question for the public, because that may have been a question among other people because you're an employee, but in this case, I saw no conflict. So that's why I said it.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, I tend to say what I think the truth is.
Okay, thank you.
Mr.
Councilman
President.
Witherspoon?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Dr. McNulty, you know, I too will not be voting in the affirmative for this. You know, as I've expressed, I have issues concerning the fact that we are in the middle of a global pandemic that has wrecked our economy. We are dealing with a situation where our seniors are on fixed incomes and, you know, the burden that it will impose upon them. But the question I have for you is this. You have referenced on a few occasions Mr. Marsh in relation to our seniors. And I'm not quite understanding the connection here, because Mr. Marsh runs the Gary Housing Authority. And those individuals within the Gary Housing Authority are not property owners. This thing has no effect on them whatsoever. So I'm confused as to why you referenced Mr. Marsh, who is over the Gary Housing Authority, when you were talking about seniors who are property owners within this community.
No, sir, just for clarification, I didn't say property owners. I was just saying that he also indicated that seniors living within the Gary Housing Authority would have a 0 impact. So for clarification purposes.
Oh, absolutely. We know that because they don't own property. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, I just wanted to say that to Councilman Witherspoon's point, I mean, just this year alone, during the pandemic, April, May, I think about 18 school districts put property tax school referendums on the ballot. I know that Maryville also has the school referendum on their ballot. I know that South Bend approved one this summer for $255 million. And so I don't think it's about being insensitive to the fact that we're in a pandemic. Our school district is in a pandemic too, as it were. And so I think that it's important that we do this. I recognize that I will probably suffer political harm, but I didn't come here to be reelected. I came here to do what I think was right based on the information that I've been given. And I recognize that while there is a very loud opposition, I've had many parents, many residents come to me and say, keep fighting, it's the right thing to do. I've also talked to both State Senator Eddie Melton, who's in support, as well as we heard from State Rep Vernon Smith at our very committee meeting talking about the impact of this and what message this sends to Indianapolis. Now, I will say 2 things. The Gary Community School Corporation is not the only unit of local government that's in financial trouble. We are in financial trouble if we're honest about our own financial situation. And I think it's going to be very interesting when we go down and continue to go down to Indianapolis and ask for financial support, not for the school corporation, but for the civil city. And if we take a position that we don't want to do anything about our own problems. I know there's, again, a lot of perspective on this. I also want to hear from the administration. Neutrality is not an option. We have heard nothing, and I will ask now that while we're having this conversation, that the mayor or a representative of the mayor's office state a position on this issue. Ultimately, this resolution will be sent to the mayor, but I think we need to hear where he stands, yay or nay, on this matter. I want to go back just quickly for Dr. McNulty to say more about this over 65, because Councilman Witherspoon brings up a valid point. Obviously, if you're living in public housing, then you don't own property, so you wouldn't have that property tax. So when we talk about the over 65, that's a large percentage of our city. And I think we definitely, I understand, my grandparents were on fixed income. My parents now are on fixed income. And so I understand the importance of that. And so if we could just be very clear about how it will affect people who are over 65, is there an income exception to that?
There's absolutely income and, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Okay.
There's
So
absolutely.
yeah, just go through more details about the over 65,
No,
and then we can
Absolutely.
entertain other questions.
There are absolutely many exemptions that are afforded to those that are 65 years or older. So they have to, again, click on those. I am encouraging everyone just to go on and plug in your address, or we're happy if you want to call us. If you're not tech savvy, we'll walk you through it and plug it in with you or for you. We have people that will come to your house even and stand on your front porch and do it for you and with you, so that people can see in all different areas of the city exactly how it's going to affect them. We're not trying to hide anything. But it absolutely, there are several exemptions that seniors 65 years or older are afforded.
And where exactly can we get to this information in terms? I know the tax calculator that I have only has the homestead exemption. It does not allow you to click for any other exemption. So I think it's just important that folks can get this information.
I will ensure that the tax calculator allocates for that starting tomorrow.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for Dr. McNulty related to this resolution? Councilman Witherspoon?
Mr. President.
Yeah, I have one other comment to make. Dr. McNulty and President Godwin also, to both of you. You know, I hear a lot of comparison to other school districts that may be floating referendums or have floated referendums. Now, I would ask the question or ask you to research and tell us why those communities floated referendums. Were they for a debt? Were they for operating expenses? Were they for raises for teachers? So, you know, when we throw out these blanket statements like that, I mean, you know, an apple is an apple and an orange is an orange. So I just think it kind of clouds what the real issue is here. I mean, if this thing is about getting a real understanding to people, you know, we can't play smoke and mirrors with it. We have to be for real and upfront. This is about a debt. How many other communities have floated a referendum to pay off a debt?
Well, let me say this. My comment about other cities, 18, I think this year so far, was not about the substance of their referendum, but the fact that they are proposing property tax increases during the pandemic, which was in response to the point you made about doing this during the pandemic. But I'm sure Dr. McNulty and I believe Ms. Dunham wants to respond to that. And then I want to recognize Councilwoman Brown, who was also trying to speak.
And just
Mr. Chairman, let me just say one thing here, please. It won't be what you think it is. Whoever owns the property, I ran a city when I was so many years ago, I'm not going to even say, although I was calling the executive director, what happens when there's a tax increase to property owners, especially those that are renting the property? It is passed on to whoever the renter is. They don't absorb this. They may have to take some portion of it, but as a practical matter, let's say if it's 2 cents, they may in fact pass on in terms of a rent increase to 1%. So when you say you may not own the property, you don't have to own the property to be affected by a tax increase. Very seldom will the owner of the property absorb the entire tax increase. That is a fact that I've encountered when I was the head of at one point it was called East Chicago Heights, Illinois, is now called Ford Heights. Again, I don't know what the landowner would pass on, but some will be passed on. They will not absorb the tax increase. I assure you, it doesn't matter whether it's a senior or junior, whoever it is. All you have to do is be a renter. And again, I thank you that you allowed me to speak again so quickly.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Lay. I want to give Dr. McNulty and Ms. Dunham an opportunity to respond. And then I think it would be great to
President, I would like to
Councilwoman Brown, go for it.
Thank you. I would like to have an opportunity to say something. I've certainly planned to support this resolution. I sit and we talk about, I have, as a member of the council, I've had the opportunity to go down and go before the state in terms of attempting to get additional monies to do things for our city. And I know many times what their response has been. It has been, what are you doing for yourselves? And I think that we as residents of the city, you hear it all too often. in terms of what are we doing for our schools? Why are we not doing more for our schools? I see other communities who are able to do things for their students in terms of simple things like buying uniforms and doing the kinds of things that you would do for your students that we have not been able to do. Government has had to do those kinds of things because the school city has not been able to do them. I'm certainly going to vote in favor of this because I know that if we don't help ourselves, I think that it's a shame for us to ask outsiders to assist us when we are not willing to help ourselves. And so I just know that it is time that we helped ourselves. We talk about our school system. We talk about the schools, the kind of shape the schools are in, but we're not willing to do anything to help. And, today I looked at the newspaper, there was a picture of Lou Wallace in there and how the students had torn the school up, ransacked the school but it appears to me that we don't care that those kinds of things are happening to our schools. I went to Emerson and I look at Emerson, it makes me want to cry, and I just think that those of us, I'm a taxpayer, I own my property, I pay taxes, but I'm willing to pay a little more in order to give raises to teachers, in order to have some positive things happen for our schools. And so I certainly will be voting for this referendum. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilwoman Brown. Dr. McNulty and Ms. Dunham.
Yes, I just wanted to quickly answer one of the questions that was posed, and that is, yes, many referendums have been passed that are for operational and include teacher raises on the ballot. So that is not an uncommon thing. In fact, I think that was on at least half of the ballots on the last one that you mentioned, that the 18 ballots.
I think he was also suggesting the deficit spending, which obviously is an operational deficit. So it's if you're able to get more money to handle operational costs, you wouldn't have an operational deficit.
Correct.
It's not that the dollars are being used directly toward the principal balance of the debt.
Correct. It just frees up more money. That's correct.
Great. All right, Mrs. Dunham.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I just, it's just disappointing to continue to hear people in our community to talk about how they're boasting, how they're going to start their campaigns to vote against this referendum. I have been the president of the Gary Teachers Union for 5 years, so I have lived this takeover. I have walked this takeover. I have worked through this takeover. I have been called on Wednesdays to say that your teachers and your staff might not get paid on Fridays. And just to continue to hear people in our community to talk about how they are not going to vote for the referendum, and then they find all kind of reasons why they're not going to vote for the referendum. So I'm wondering on November the 4th, if the referendum passes, will those people walk around this city and puff their chest out and say, oh, I stopped the referendum. And then our class size increased to 40. And then our teachers sit in rooms and our students sit in rooms where the temperature is 100 degrees and where there's no heat in the buildings. And people talk about there's money. I go to the table every year negotiating for the people that I serve. And I'm told that when you're in deficit spending, you can't ask for a raise. I heard somebody on the radio talk today talking about there's money. There's a lot of money. When you're $100 million in debt, how can you say that there's money? There is no money. I get the financial records when I negotiate, and my staff, we comb through them. We try to find any dollars there is to give us. Last year, we were able to pull out $600. After 12 years, I bet there's nobody on this Zoom who have went 12 years without a raise. And for you all to sit here and say that you won't vote for the referendum because of all this crazy stuff. I called precinct committeemen today, and they were talking about MGT is going to run away with the money. Well, I've been in this community my whole life, and I know if anybody in Lake County does anything ill will towards money, they seem to go to jail. If you sell a raffle ticket and you're not supposed to, you get locked up. So how in the world is MGT going to run off with our money? The rationales for we have a guy on the council who continues to say that the referendum can't even be on the ballot when we all know that there's this. I drove to Indianapolis. I went with Pastor Gardner where we talked about the Jim Crow laws and how there's no representation for. I'm not for the takeover. Nobody, the takeover is because we got ourselves in financial disarray. It was politics. There was a lot about that. And I've been here through the whole thing. Tim Brown from Crawfordsville, he orchestrated the bill to take over our district. When we went to testify, he actually, after they voted to take our district, he actually stood up and told us, Gary will never be the same because U.S. Steel is not coming back. And we might as well get used to it as we walked out of the room. And then at the next DUAB meeting, he drove all the way to Gary to sit to that meeting to watch us grovel. And so I'm tired of groveling. I'm tired of asking. And so it's very disappointing to hear the people on this council to continue to say that they're going to vote no for but when is the last time you've been in a school? When is the last time you've been to Westside to a football game like I was there Friday and there was no PA system where, the kids were disinterested because they didn't know what was going on? When's the last time you looked at Westside's track or even walked on Westside track and saw all of the grass growing between the track? And then you go to Maryville and you see what they have and it's right down the street from us. And we say we love our kids, but then we come up with all these asinine excuses of why we're not going to vote for the referendum. It's disappointing to me as a Gary citizen, as a Gary community school teacher for 43 years. I'm just really disappointed in the grown-ups in the room. And so, of course, I will be voting yes, and I will be campaigning to vote yes. And so I guess our heads will nod, our voices will chime against each other like we always do. That's what we're known for in the city of Gary. We can't do anything. We're always fighting against each other. I mean, the schools, really? The schools? I don't understand. I'll never understand it. And I guess the people who voting no, they have reasons. They have, different things why they're doing it. But I think about the children. They deserve better. Our children at Westside don't deserve buckets. That's the only school that we have. That's the only high. We're down to one high school. And it's really disappointing to me in the council people who are sitting here saying that they're going to vote no. So, that's what I have to say. I mean, we talked about it so much at the last finance meeting. Here we are again talking about the same thing, pulling the same cats out of our hat. It's a shame. It's just a shame that this is what we think. We have other people that don't live in our city who's fighting. Dr. McNulty doesn't live here and she works here, but she's fighting harder than all of us for this referendum. And maybe you say she's going to get something out of it, a salary like we all want. But I'm just saying 12 years, we haven't had a raise. It's a shame that you don't care enough for the staff of this community, for the people who teach the children.
Point of order,
We
Mr.
do want to be
President. Point of order,
educated. We don't want them to break into our houses. We
Point of
don't
order,
want them
Mr.
to be gangsters.
Councilman-
We want them to
Councilman-
graduate from the school. I'm done, Cole.
Councilman Weatherspoon is recognized.
Point of order. This is kind of coming personal. I mean, we're discussing this matter, and we should not be throwing people's personalities and everything else out here because we're not in agreement with it. I mean, really, come on.
Mr. President,
Councilman Brewer, I don't think he's spoken yet, and then Lay.
Mr. President, I think the question needs to be asked, if we do nothing, what happens? My kids are in charter schools. I'm in full support of this. I heard the number, I believe it was over 4,500 kids inside the Gary Public School. I'm happy where my kids are at. When do I become concerned about my neighbor now? I think this is where we at. It used to be a time we was concerned about each other. And sometimes you have to sacrifice. Yeah, I love my tax caps. I love it. I'm able to do extra things and things of that nature. I love it. But there comes a time when we have to sacrifice. We have to put aside some of the other little luxury things that we probably normally do and support a better good. This is a better good, our future. We may not see the results of this tomorrow, but if we do this thing right, we will see it in the future. These are young people that we're trying to train to be the next council member, the next mayor, the next engineer, nurses, doctor, firemen. We're trying to train them. So when we send a message, a strong message out with this community, we're not going to support public education. What are we really saying? How are our young people really looking at us? What do they think? They don't really care about us. We're inside the public school. If they could go somewhere, they probably would have went somewhere. They're there because that's what they have. The Gary Public School. I have been to West Side. I've been to Roosevelt. When Roosevelt was open, I've seen the problems there. I've seen boilers put in schools, and then I've seen schools closed with brand new boilers put in. I've seen good money thrown after bad. And these same new boiler systems, and I'm going to speak of Pulaski, is still in there. I believe we put one inside Lincoln. Lincoln, I believe, is closed. I mean, there's been some bad decisions made. We have to look at where we're at now and where we're trying to go to. Our kids are important. We need to invest in our kids. We need to sacrifice for our kids. And after this, whether it goes, when it does pass, I'm just going to speak positive, when it does pass, hold individuals accountable. Stay involved. Go to these meetings. Ask the question. If there's not a public portion that's going forward, we need to make sure that it is taking place. We need to make sure that the message is getting out to the people where you can view it, Facebook Live and all these other different streams that we have going out now, where we're allowing people to come in. When those different issues come up, we need to make sure the people are involved in what's happening. This is a tragedy that what has happened inside this community here. There's probably nowhere in America you have this many schools sitting throughout the entire city, neighborhoods. They're just crumbling.
Yes.
And there is no funds to do anything with them. But they're coming up with creative ideas how to deal with some of this stuff now. I mean, with very little now. I mean, we're at the bottom of very little, but they're coming up with creative ideas. I mean, the administration here is coming up with creative ideas with very little to work with. We are at the bottom. But do we send a strong message and say we don't care about our kids? Just let them go somewhere else. Do we just write them off? That's the question we need to ask ourselves. Do we write our kids off? Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, one more.
Councilman Brewer, I think unless Councilman Lay wants to yield your time to Councilman Weatherspoon, I had said Lay after Brewer.
He can speak. I will go after him. That's fine.
Councilman Weatherspoon.
Thank you, Councilman Lay. Councilman Brewer, this is not about not caring for the kids. We all care for kids, okay? But this is about finances. Now, Dr. McNulty, I just want to ask you one question, and I'm going to be done. Is it true that the Gary Community School Corporation owns over $327 million of insured land and property? Is it true?
I do not believe that that is true, no.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilman Weatherspoon. Councilman Lay.
Yes, normally I would be in agreement with Mrs. Dunham. Certainly we're church members and I hope we're friends. Earlier today, Mr. Tolliver said on the radio, he implied that some action would be taken against you, Mr. Godwin, and I didn't expect to be defended by any member of this council. What I indicated to him, and maybe Mrs. Dunham does not understand this, we are elected officials. If we were not, you wouldn't be here with this referendum. You need us to do something publicly, or you could have went to each council person individually as opposed to bringing a referendum. And even a question being asked by Mr. Godwin, the mayor is not online. What is his position? You will know his position. He's either going to sign it or veto it. I mean, there is no other option for the mayor. But certainly, and I'm not surprised that people would be disappointed that I, as an elected official, and I've always taken positions, I am not concerned, in fact, whether I'm reelected or not reelected. I got 3 years to work toward that. 3 years and at least 3 or 4 months. My position was this morning, if I can defend Mr. Godwin's right to state his position, I certainly defended by saying that Councilwoman Caldwell, Councilman Barnes Caldwell has a right to vote. Then for you to say you're disappointed that I have a position, that's rather ridiculous to me. In other words, anything that comes before this council, I've been elected to make decisions. This is not a town or town hall form of government. So people, some people, it may be less than other councilmen, but there are people that have contacted me. I mentioned that they contacted me concerning whether or not a person had a conflict. So I think every member of the council, every elected official certainly can't be out of line by taking a position. It may not agree with your position. And again, I certainly am not against, but I was there from, I was elected first to the school board in '92. I was part of that first elected group. So yes, I've been there continuously. I was there September the 3rd, 1968, when they opened West Side. Quinn Smith was the principal at that time. I was sent by the former Mayor Richard Hatcher to work with Dr. Gordon McAndrew. So I've been on the Education Development Foundation. And finally, I served on the this fiscal management board, the board that was set up under Senate Bill 567. So I think people that vote for me, certainly they ask me. Only 3 asked me about conflict, but people constantly have asked my position, and I've given them my position. So tonight, I haven't said anything concerning, what's going to be done and not done. At least if I did, it was not my intent. I just merely stated my position. So I'm sorry you're disappointed to see an elected official take a position. Tonight, for the first time in about 20 some years being on, that I first passed on the bill and then I voted yes. And on another one, I abstained. I normally don't do that. It was just simply, I was confused about the process and I was doing it in the public. So yes, I have a right to state a position, whether I'm an elected official or a citizen of this community. And I've been here about 78 years. Again, I hope my stating the position, and I hope me advocating my position does not cause us to have a problem. I certainly have no problem with anything that you said, but that it sounded like something Mr. Tolliver said in relationship to our council president, Godwin. And I would have defended any elected official, whether you agree with me or not. You certainly have a right to speak. So the people that elected you, and I'm talking about elected you, they would have some idea, where you're going with this. And certainly we did that when various people was running for Congress. We stated positions, and my position certainly was different from this council. Sometimes I felt they became very hostile because of my position, but that was of no consequence to me. I didn't care one way or the other, to be honest with you. So yes, I'm an elected official, and anything that will affect, matter of fact, I'm a councilman at large. So anything that affects this city, I'm going to speak to. Even if I wasn't elected, you could ask me a question and I will speak to it. I've done that my entire life since I've been back here from basically law school. So,
Mr. President.
All right, Councilwoman Brown and then Councilman Brewer.
I just want to say one thing. Today, when I looked at the newspaper and I saw the picture of Lew Wallace, and you're asking, well, what is the mayor going to say? I don't know, but the mayor had some very negative comments about what has happened at Lew Wallace School, and that he wanted to see something done about that school. So, I mean, I saw that in the newspaper just today, that he had some negative comments about what was happening in terms of vandalism at the school. So even though he's not here to make any comments, he definitely had some comments for the newspaper, for the media today, because it was in the paper. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Councilwoman Brown. Councilman Brewer.
Yes, Mr. President, and I got two questions for Dr. Paige Minotti. First question is, if that referendum does not pass, what happens? Our current state with the schools that we have, the kids that we have, the footprint of the Gary Community School, what happens there? The second question is, we hear to talk about MGT leaving after 2 years after the budget is stable. What if the budget is not stable? So as much as people are talking about they want MGT to leave and we get control back, that means you stay around a little longer, and not you personally, but MGT stays around. So the people loses. The ones that want them out so bad, if it does not pass and you don't get what you need, basically MGT is here to stay pretty much. Can you please answer that?
I would love to answer that. And I would say that I do not think MGT will stay here. I think that if the referendum does not pass, then the State Department will be looking at other alternatives as to what to do with the school district, whether that be dismantle it, whether that be whatever, but I don't believe that MGT will be here if this does not go on. That's just my opinion. That's what I've been hearing when we talk to DUAB. They're telling us we need to have some skin in the game here. I also can tell you that if this does not pass, we will not be able to offer these things that I've been sharing with you. That's going to be happening that could happen for the school district, and we will be looking at other cost-saving measures so that we possibly could maybe get to a balanced budget. But we will be looking at perhaps closing another school, certainly no teacher raises, certainly no STEM academies, absolutely no after-school activities, no fine arts, those types of things. So we will be a shell of ourselves already. So just as I heard you guys all adamantly discussing the gas, security officers that were coming and talking about that this is an urgent plea to protect human life, I'm trying to do this to promote human life because I feel like it's that important.
Thank you, Dr. McNulty. I wanted to also follow up with that. You know, I know that earlier this year, I think my second day or third day in office, I found myself at a press conference at a school in Councilman Weatherspoon's district, where the mayor announced that there was going to be an unsafe building law activity going against the school corporation. And then later on, a few months later, we got some legislation. I believe a Republican member, not one of our own legislators, put forward some legislation that would allow the school corporation to not make, please correct me if I'm incorrect, make certain debt payments.
Yes, that's the House Bill 1065.
Right, and in lieu of that, they would use those dollars toward what expenses again? I think it's important for us to know we've placed a lot of demands on the school corporation that are not related to curriculum and instruction. And my philosophy, someone who's worked in education and been educated, thankfully, is that curriculum and instruction is number one. While I would love to see, you know, whatever property that the district has, that it be transferred and put to useful use and purposeful use, my number one concern are the children who are currently in the schools. They don't have time to wait for us to figure out what we're going to do and what legislation we're going to pass. And they are currently being educated in a subpar situation. They're in the 4th grade, 8th grade, 12th grade, and time is just going to keep moving on. And we have focused on infrastructure, which, again, I don't like the eyesores either. I have them in my district. But the number one priority of schools are educating the current children in the current buildings that are open. And so I think it's very important for us to recognize that a lot of the things that people see, and people say this, you know, schools look so terrible, they look abandoned, why do we want to give them money? I would hope that's because the dollars that the administration was asking you to spend on tearing down eyesores, and I'm glad some of those are being sold, we don't want $1 to be diverted from curriculum and instruction. That is the number one priority, which I think education is a civil right. And I think a large part of this issue around school funding, and unfortunately property taxes is a very bad way to fund schools, but that's where we find ourselves in the US of A. It's very unequal, not equitable, but that's where we are. To me, this is a civil rights issue. Ever since integration, when you went through school busing in the 70s, you had the 80s revolution with Reagan, there has been an attempt, a concerted effort to destroy public education in this country, to defund it, to underfund it. I'm not opposed to multiple options. I don't have a problem with school choice, but there are consequences and costs to that. And at the end of the day, you have to have a strong, high quality public school system. In my other life, I see the people who move into this city, and I don't see many families with kids. And we know that we have to grow the population of this city. We have to have more residents. We know we need major employers. Employers don't want to come and locate themselves at a place that does not value public education. They want to know that their frontline workers, their line workers, their managers are going to have a viable, public, free, high quality education option. And so that's why I support this. You know, there's been some commentary that in my district, it was 4-1. I look back in 2016, when the city voted 49 for, 51 against, there were a lot of precincts, you know, in my district that voted hugely against it. I think it was roughly about 1,500, a little over 1,500 people voted for it, and about 2,700 people voted against it. That's 35-65. Now, that 35%, I'm sure many of them were parents or teachers or people who are committed to education. They have a voice too. And, you know, everyone, what we're doing today, I'm not dictating how people should vote on November 3rd. I'm just simply saying, to Councilman Lay's point, where my values are, where my conscience is on this issue. And it will always be with schools. I don't, you know, I'm not worried. People, I've heard the threats on the radio, and it really strengthens my resolve about the importance of this issue and not being motivated by politics. I'm not concerned about the next election. I'm concerned about the next generation. When I'm long gone from this city, whether, you know, as life moves me or I die or whatever, 50, 60, 70 years from now, the consequences of what we do now will have an impact well into the future. And so, again, we know that the state has pretty much told us if there's no skin in the game, they aren't going to fork up any dollars, which is why there's so many cities across this state that are holding these referenda. Again, I would ask that all citizens, regardless of what district you live in, this is your choice. You decide whether you want to make this investment in the Gary Public School System. Look at the tax calculator. Look at the proposals of what they want to do. We're going to have a forum on this where you can ask even further questions about the referendum. All we're doing today is saying where we as elected officials stand on it and where ultimately this common council stands on it. The mayor will have to say yay or nay, but ultimately you will have to take a position as residents and voters of this city. So I kind of got on my tangent there, but I did want Dr. McNulty to say something about these various demands that have been placed on the system and how you're diverting funds to different areas, but also to respond to some of these criticisms that I've heard about how the money would be used. And how do we have the assurance of how these dollars will be prioritized? Sorry for that long rant, but that's really all I will say about it going forward.
No, but well said. I would say that yes, $25 million sounds like a lot of money, but again, I want to reiterate, we're only getting $479,000 a month over a 5-year period of time. So we have to put some of that in an account to let it build up a little bit so that we'll have some revenue to do some of the improvements that we keep talking about, such as the roof, a boiler, HVAC. An HVAC for one building is about $500,000. So we have lots of deferred maintenance at all of the buildings. If anybody who drives around or visits any of our buildings knows, as Ms. Dunham mentioned, we've got roofs that are leaking. We've got heating systems that aren't working. We've got tracks that need to be resurfaced so we can have a great track team again. So that money will easily be spent over the next 5 years. We are also allocating some of that money to demo one of the buildings. As I mentioned before, we had 32 buildings We sold many of them. We're down to 12. And we're going to continue to try to sell the remaining 12. I have heard many times, well, if you have all these buildings worth so much money, why don't you just use that money? The bids that we got were for $1. Nobody's coming and offering us millions of dollars for these buildings. We've had them up for bid several times and the bids were not viable. They were $1, they were $5, that type of thing. We did sell them. The ones that I mentioned, that they were viable options. And with those sales, those people that bought them are responsible for demoing those properties and or refurbishing them. So there will be activity happening this fall where you'll start seeing buildings being demolished and or refurbished. But to your point, something else I've also heard is, why aren't we using that money to build a new campus? A new campus would cost at least $125 million, and we only have 25. So this is a stepping stone. The goal would be, everybody, that we get the buildings in good shape. We continue on with our curriculum rebuild that we've done, our professional staff development, adding these services for our kids so that we can get more kids back to our district. Once we get more kids back enrolled in our school district, then you have more money. So it's a cyclical thing. Once the schools are stronger, the community's stronger. So that's what I would respond to with that.
President Godwin.
Councilman Weatherspoon.
Yeah, one other thing, Dr. McNulty. And first of all, Councilman Godwin, I agree with you wholeheartedly that there has been an assault on public education. This assault on minority education, as you well know, goes back to the plantation. I mean, pure and simple. But Dr. McNulty, to you, we are in a very unsafe situation. We have school buildings right now that are wide open. Luwalis, you know, what happened yesterday was nothing compared to some of the things that have happened in this community with bodies being found inside of these schools. I mean, they're havens for crime, havens for homeless population, havens for all kinds of activity. Now, you know, I appreciate you doing something with the grounds, in particular at Brunswick, in particular at Edison. But something has to be done, and we really can't wait. Something has to be done to secure these buildings. You know, they didn't just end up in the condition they are through osmosis. The truth of the matter is, some crew, some orchestrated, organized crew, and I always like to say this wasn't a crackhead move, some orchestrated crew came in, removed not only the windows, removed the framing as well, off first floor windows as well as second floor windows. You have to have a crew with equipment, with scaffolding, with cranes, or something of that nature to do that. Now, with those, we assume that it's been done by, I don't know, MGT, the state, whoever, but they have to be secured. What is your plan? I mean, you know, you're saying we're going to be selling buildings, this, that, and the other. How many more bodies are we going to have to find before those buildings are secured?
Yeah, first of all, MGT or the state is not taking windows or door frames or anything of the like. But as I mentioned to you before when we spoke, as quickly as I put the boards up on the buildings is as quickly as they come down. So I can tell you that I have personally, since I have been here, boarded up many buildings. I agree with you though, it is unsafe and we are working diligently to try to resolve that. As I mentioned, we are going to be taking down our first building here shortly. And the people that we have sold the other buildings to have a timeline that was built into the plan that was reviewed by the mayor's office and us.
One suggestion, boards will not work. Try bricks.
Okay.
Bricking the windows work very well. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, other questions, discussion for Dr. McNulty? We also have Ms. Dunham with the Gary Teachers Union. Okay, seeing no further questions or discussion. Again, I just want to remind the general public, because I think some people are confused, we are not voting on whether or not you will have a property tax increase to support the schools. This is simply a resolution where we are voting on our particular individual positions as it relates to the school referendum. Again, I would encourage all of you to become as educated as possible on this issue. I know some of us are having a forum to discuss the school referendum where you can get questions asked and answered. And I've asked my own questions about it, which has brought me to the decision to vote yes in favor of the school referendum personally. And of course, since I'm voting yes personally, and this is my personal political position, on the issue, then I am voting yes in support of this resolution. Any other members have question or discussion?
Just one thing, Mr. President. We
Councilman Lay?
normally say a resolution passed or either ordinance passed. I would appreciate that we protect the interests of the minority. In other words, that if it passes, as opposed to saying it was passed by the council indicating 9, that I believe we should say, and in some cases, I've seen in the past where you have a yay and a nay and it's a sign off. Of course, we can't do that because we're not present in the council chambers. But to protect the vote of the minority, I think it should be said it's either 6-2. Well, in this case, it's only 7 present, 5-2, if that is the case, 5-3. I certainly would like to see that done so it's crystal clear that I did not vote for the referendum, as opposed to saying, well, the council voted that way. I think since we can't sign off because we're not there, I would just simply ask that whatever the actual figure is, 5-3, 5-2, that is what would be used by Dr. McNulty, as opposed to saying, well, the council passed it. At least that may give the impression of 9 people and certainly does not protect the interests. In this case, when I use the word minority, I'm talking about who's less than the majority. That's how I'm using that word. As they go forward and say what happened, that the issue would be 5-2. That would be more accurate than simply saying the council passed it.
How do we know it's going to be 5-2?
I'm just guessing, but that based upon if it's 5-2 either way, I'm saying if 2 people vote for it and 5 against it, I think certainly that is what should be communicated to the public. So I'm not sure why you took issue with the figure. I suspect, I am positive it will be 5-2. But we'll see. We'll see. In other words, I can see the future, I guess, will be the next. It'll be 5-2.
All right, thank you, Councilman Lay. And I guess at the point, whatever the vote is, sure Dr. McNulty and her team have heard that. And if it is 5, I guess they could say the majority of the council and list those names as they wish. So, all right, any other questions or discussion? Seeing none, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Atkins,
Yes.
Councilman Brewer,
Yes.
Councilwoman Brown,
Yes.
Councilwoman Caldwell,
Yes.
Councilman Lay,
No.
Councilman Weatherspoon,
Drum roll, please. No.
and President Godwin.
Yes.
Mr. President, vote is 5 yes, 2 no.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. With 5 yes votes and 2 no votes, the majority of the Garrett County Council has passed CPR 2020-15.
Mr. President,
So ordered.
that ends pending ordinance and resolutions on third and final.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Council pending ordinances and resolutions on second reading.
CPO 2020-50, an ordinance appropriating monies for the purpose of defraying expenses of general parks, Coit, seated, CCI, CCD, MVH, LIS, fire pension, and police pension tax-based funds of the city of Gary, Indiana for the fiscal year beginning January the 1st, 2021, ending December 31st, 2021, including all outstanding claims and obligations, and fixing the time the same shall take effect. Sponsored by Mayor Jerome Prince, City of Gary, Arlene Colvin, City Council.
Mr. President,
Councilwoman Brown.
may I take 2020, 50, 51, 52, 53, and 54 altogether?
Please do.
Okay. Okay, I move for passage of CPO 2020, 50, 51, 52, 53, and 54 on second reading, with the Finance Committee meeting on September 22nd and September 23rd at 5:30 p.m. in the council chamber.
Second.
So I think the clerk still needs to read them. or does she?
Correct. She
Okay,
has to
so,
report them, read
She
them out.
does?
yeah, so we'll go ahead and let her read those and then we can move forward with the motion.
Oh.
All right.
CPO 2020-51, an ordinance approving salaries for employees of the City of Gary's General Parks Court MVH pension and fire tax-based funds for the calendar year 2021, sponsored by Mayor Jerome Prince, City of Gary, Arlene Colvin, City Controller. CPO 2020-52, an ordinance approving salary and operating budgets for the City of Gary's Community Development Block Grant Program, Emergency Solutions Grant Program, Home Program, and Neighborhood Stabilization Program, and Home Foreclosure Prevention Program. Sponsored by Mayor Jerome A. Prince, City of Gary, Arlene Colvin, Interim City Controller, Community Development Division, Department of Community Investment. CPO 2020-53, an ordinance appropriating monies for the purpose of defraying expenses of the Gary-Chicago International Airport tax-based funds of the City of Gary, Indiana for the fiscal year beginning January 1st, 2021 and ending December 31st, 2021, including all outstanding claims and obligations and fixing any time the same shall take effect. Sponsored by Mayor Jerome Prince, City of Gary. CPO 2020-54, an ordinance appropriating monies for the purpose of defraying expenses of the Gary Public Transportation Corporation of the City of Gary, Indiana for the fiscal year beginning January 1st, 2021, ending December 31st, 2021, including all outstanding claims and obligations and fixing any time the same shall take effect. Sponsored by Mayor Jerome Prince, City of Gary.
So Councilwoman Brown has made a motion and it was seconded by Councilwoman Burns Caldwell, I believe. Any questions or discussion? I will just ask Councilwoman Brown, is it possible we could start at 5 o'clock? Is that at all
Yes,
possible for folks?
absolutely.
Do any council members have, because I know it's going to probably be a long evening.
5 o'clock
Yeah,
on the
5 o'clock.
22nd
Okay, can we do
and
5 o'clock on Wednesday? And keep the 5:30 on Tuesday?
5 o'clock on the 22nd and the 23rd is fine.
Okay, I think I forgot that Councilman Brewer has a 5 o'clock on that Tuesday, but maybe on the Wednesday, we can do 5 o'clock for yours and 5:30 on Tuesday, because he has a 5 o'clock. I forgot he has a 5 o'clock one.
Okay, well, now mine are in the chamber. Mine are not on Zoom.
Right,
Okay,
so let's note that in your motion.
okay,
Can we?
all right. The meetings are September 22nd and 23rd at 5 o'clock PM in the council chambers.
We'll just make yours 4:30. You make yours 4:30?
Yes. I can.
Okay, so that will work. And is there a second?
Second?
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing and hearing none, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Atkins,
Yes.
Councilman Brewer,
Yes.
Councilwoman Brown,
Yes,
Councilwoman Caldwell,
Yes.
Councilman Lay,
Yes,
Councilman Weatherspoon,
Yes.
and President Godwin.
Yes.
This President voted 7-0.
With a vote of 7-0, CPO 2020-50, 2020-51, 2020-52, 2020-53, and 2020-54 all pass on second reading, with a Finance Committee meeting to be held on both September 22nd, 2020 and September 23rd, 2020 at 5 o'clock PM in the council chamber.
CPO 2020-56, an ordinance of the Common Council of the City of Gary authorizing the issuance of the City of Gary, Indiana Economic Development Refunding Revenue Bond Series 2020A, Drexel Foundation for Educational Excellence Project, and the City of Gary, Indiana Tax for Economic Development Refunding Revenue Bond Series 2020B, Drexel Foundation for Educational Excellence Project, and the loan of the proceeds thereof to Drexel Foundation for Educational Excellence Incorporated, and authorizing and approving other actions in respect thereto. sponsored by William G. Godwin, Esquire, First District Council.
Mr. President,
Councilman Brewer,
make a motion that we move CPO 2020-56 to the Planning Development Committee, September the 22nd at 4:30 p.m. and a public hearing October 6th at 6 p.m. via Zoom, but I will be in the chambers that day to host the meeting.
Second.
okay. It's been moved and properly seconded by Councilwoman Barnes Caldwell. Any questions or discussion?
I do, Mr. Chairman. What's the size of the bond issue you're here? Maybe I'm missing something.
It's approximately 25 million. I may be off a little bit, but it's about 25 million. We're going to have a robust presentation. It's related to Thea Bowman School. They will be issuing a bond through the Gary Bond Bank, but we will have a presentation in depth on the bond bank as well as how the funds will be used.
So it's for Thea Bowman?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
No problem. Any other questions or discussion? Seeing none, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Atkins,
Yes.
Councilman Brewer,
Yes.
Councilwoman Brown,
Yes.
Councilwoman Caldwell,
We want to pass her and go back.
Councilman Lay,
Yes.
Councilman Weatherspoon,
You're muted, Councilman Weatherspoon.
Yes.
Councilwoman Caldwell,
Yes.
and President Godwin.
Yes.
This President, vote is 7-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. With a vote of 7-0, CPO 2020-56 passes on second reading with a Planning and Development Committee meeting to be held on Tuesday, September 22nd at 4:30 p.m. with a public hearing on Tuesday, October 6th at 6:00 p.m.
Mr. President, it's pending orders and resolutions on second reading.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President,
Councilman Lay.
it goes back to this ordinance CBA. I noticed you, which is, I'm sorry, the resolution, it was a resolution 2020-15 that was passed 5-2. When you simply say a majority of the council, that can be confusing to some extent, as opposed to the actual vote. Let me give you an example. A guy's in a track meet and you ask him, how did you do? And you say, I beat everyone but one, which merely sounds like he got second. But if you ask the subsequent question, how many was in the race, and he says 2, he got last. So again, I'm asking to protect the interests of the minority, which shows you I could foresee the future, that if they use it, since I guess they use it on what they call Truthful Tuesday, I'm not asking that they necessarily say the names, but I wouldn't have any problem if they actually said the name of the council people, since it came here, because I didn't think it was proper to be here in the first place, but it was here. I think the Dr. McNulty should at least say it was 5-2 to the public. Again, it passed 5-2, but it's clear when you say a majority, if people know it's 9, I guess they could figure out it was 5-4 or less than 4 who voted against it. That's the only thing I would ask, that they do it that way, because they forced the people that was not for the referendum to vote at this time. So if they're going to force me to be in the public, then put me in the public fully. Don't hold it back from the public. That was my only question. And normally I would ask that we in fact sign the resolution, because I would assume whatever happened to it, the resolution would be turned over to the school city. I guess it would be. Maybe we would hold it. It wouldn't make much sense, but it would be sent to the school city or Dr. McNulty And if it is sent there, I would like it to be clear that I voted against it.
All right, point well taken. I did know what the vote count was. I can't necessarily say that I have authority to control how, individuals.
Suggestion. I'm not, see, I guess when you don't want to do something, you talk about control. I understand you can't dictate and do it, but again, if they're going to ask elected officials to take a position, let's make it clear to the public. That's all I'm saying.
Right. I don't have a problem with that. And I did note to her that she should state the names if that's her pleasure, but not just say the Gary Common Council.
Mr. President,
Councilman Brewer.
we take position on every ordinance and resolution that we put before, and we never cipher off who voted for what. It's always the majority of the council. Why would we make this any different than any other resolution that we do going forward? This is ridiculous.
It may be ridiculous. You don't understand. This specifically will go to the public where the referendum is going to take place. They indicated November the 4th. That was in there. It's November the 3rd. So this is different. So let's be ridiculous for a change and tell the public the truth. Yeah. And in other words, but you really don't have to do it. Certainly it will become crystal clear that I'm not for it if it's not. So again, what you've done in the past, you've never experienced September the 15th, 2020. It's a new date, that's all. But what you've done in the past, and the council have done many things. I've been associated with this council since one way or the other since 1976. And each council does things differently. So again, I was just simply saying the vote was 5-2. We normally, when we have resolutions or things of this nature, and I believe Mr. Brewer may not be aware of it, we used to sign nay or yay. We actually signed it. So somewhere in there, and I know exactly why that was stopped. We didn't always have 9-0 or 8-0 as we had maybe for the past 8 years. Been very, other than when 3 or 4 of them were against it. So that's all I was suggesting. So again, to call my suggestion ridiculous, well, it's probably very impolite, but if the public wants to think I'm being ridiculous, well, let them think so. I'm not concerned with that. I just want my position to be clear.
All right, thank you, Councilman Lay. At this point, we have the mayor's report. Is there anyone from the administration to provide the mayor's report? Only people I see on from the administration are Mr. Pohl and Mr. Staff and Mr. Jenkins and Mrs. Millie Glenn.
I don't believe there will be a report tonight.
Okay, so, all right, any questions of administration officials who are on the call? All right, is there a motion to adjourn?
So move.
We stand adjourned. Have a good evening.